I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal for how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fams on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who be caught up in using what I was taught with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, I'll cast it like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's the #1 Chief Rocket Knicks Universe, your main man, Uncle Freezie. What's good? What's good? What's good? Welcome to the premiere in the nighttime show, the Knicks at Night podcast. Again, I am the moderator, your main man, Uncle Freezie. Diehard Knicks fan since the early 70s. Salute, salute, salute. It's good to see y'all. Good to be with y'all. Hope y'all night has been peaceful, relaxful, or relaxing. It's probably a better word. Yeah, y'all. So we're going to have this conversation, one that we have been avoiding for a while. And I'm not doing it to get drama stirred up. I just want to have this conversation. Just be truthful with each other, right? Can we be truthful with each other for once? Like legit have a conversation in which everybody involved is telling their truth. Right? Right. So I know there are a few of us that are not fans of Tom Thibodeau. Truthfully speaking, I'm not for sure why. Well, I know why, but I'm not for sure if the reasoning behind it is legitimate. Right? And I know it is because of a myriad of reasons why we necessarily don't feel that way. Anthony D is in the building. Kev Guapo is in here. Andrew College is in here. DSJ is in here. Audi 100 is in here. Daniel Berry Sports Highlights is in the building. Andrew College is in here trying to stir up something. I see you. I see you, man. I see you. You pretty sneaky with the comment. I see you. I see you. Big Dilf is in the building. What's good? What's good? What's good? So, yo, a lot wise is in the building. All right, I see you. I see you. So, let's start off with: is Tom Thibodeau an elite coach? Right? The conversation is not whether or not the Knicks need an elite coach, right? Or if there are other elite coaches in the league, right? It's not about how many elite coaches are in the league, right? We merely want to talk about Tom Thibodeau, and is he an elite coach? So I'm setting the parameters for a direct conversation, right? Not is Brad Stevens an elite coach and he did this and he did that. Nah. Not is Darvin Ham an elite coach, is whatever. I'm asking the question, is Tom Thibodeau an elite coach? Is he? Right? If you go by what our statistics look like, since he's been here, if you go by statistics only, units of measure, if you go by units of measure, are the Knicks or is Tom Thibodeau an elite coach? That puts me in a weird space. Because at times, the Knicks look like an elite unit in one thing or another, right? At times, the Knicks look elite at one thing or another, right? There have been years when the Knicks look elite at offensive rebounding, right? Offensive rebounding, is that do you need an elite coach to be? Thank you. Hey, is this tea from the Bahamas? This is not like that Bahama. That's not like this. That's not the herbal Bahamian tea or something, right? Okay. I'm drinking camel tea, everybody. What? Okay, never mind. It's not important, everybody. You know what I'm saying? I was just talking to Miss Mocha. She walked off. I'm drinking camel tea, so I'm hoping it's good for me. So, but yeah. So Tom Thibodeau has our unit, has the Knicks elite in some stuff, right? Thank you. Tom Thibodeau has this team elite and some stuff, right? And I'm scrolling. I'm on ESPN right now looking for what the Knicks are elite in offensively. Just scrolling through, right? The Knicks are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The Knicks are tied for 7th in the NBA in 3-point shooting with the Philadelphia 76ers. And if there's a tiebreaker, the Knicks shoot more threes, have a higher volume than the Sixers. Do the Knicks shoot a lot of threes? The Knicks are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. The Knicks are 12 and 3-point attempts per game. And so the reason why I'm putting this out there is because I want to figure out if the Knicks, or if Tom Thibodeau is an elite coach, and as a byproduct, the Knicks are dominant in one area or another because of Tom Thibodeau being elite. Right? Kev Guapo says, I'm gonna jump out the window. Tibbs is elite. He changes the culture and demands defense. Right. And Alawai says, I think so. However, the chip is the biggest unit of measure to some. Right. And Long Island Sound, one is in the building. Salute. Salute to Long Island. Salute to Brentwood, Central Islip, all my cousins over there. All the McNeils in Central Islip and Brentwood, they're my cousins. All the McNeil with an A NEAL, MCNEAL, all of my cousins. Salute to all of them. Right? King Ribby is in the building. Long Island One says he's absolutely an elite coach. Look at the progression from the bubble to last season till our really good record today. Bim. And DSJ says Tom Thibodeau is a good head coach. He's not elite. Elite garners a championship, personal opinion, or at the very least, consistent success / contention. All right. I am in the middle as usual. Yeah, when y'all ask me, you know how y'all ask, hey, Uncle Freeze, how you feel about it? I always ask y'all questions that I don't have the answer to in hopes that y'all can help me define how I feel. Right? I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know. I don't know if Tom Thibodeau is elite because there are things that he does that can't be measured by statistics. And I understand, Uncle Freezer, then why you bring up statistics if you know? I know. But that's the reason why I'm saying the conversation about Tom Thibodeau being an elite coach is cloudy. See, because the thing is, if you feel like Tom Thibodeau is a very good coach or an elite coach, you can't move away from him and take a gamble on somebody to come here and do a better job than Tom Thibodeau. So if you feel like Tom Thibodeau is a very good coach, not elite or in is elite. For instance, if Tom Thibodeau is a B+ student that makes the honor roll, you can't take a gamble on another coach coming here being an honor roll level coach. It just makes no sense. It just makes no sense. So if you feel like Tom Thibodeau is a good coach, then you can't move on from him, right? I'm in the mindset that I think Tom Thibodeau is an inconsistent coach. Like at times, I think he does genius level stuff. And then at other times, I'm thinking that he's a dodo bird. Right? At times, to me, and this is my opinion. This is my opinion, right? I don't want to try. I'm not going to try to attempt to sway you one way or the other. I want you to know my opinion on this and then let you know to the degree of how I feel so that you can contribute and maybe we could talk this thing out. We got to be smart about it, right? We got to be smart about it, right? Right? And not about who's right or who's wrong, right? Not one of those conversations where it's like, I'm right because such as no, not that type of party. One of them conversations where I lay out how I feel, you lay out how you feel, we compare notes, and maybe we can come to a conclusion, or maybe not. Maybe it's more complex than that. Maybe. I've seen too many. I'm not gonna lie to you. I've seen Tom Thibodeau to do too many high-level thought things, too many high-level coaching things to say he's the village idiot. Tom Thibodeau is a good coach, right? A very good coach. A very, very good coach. And then I also see him have Mitchell Robinson on the floor with 1 second left in the game when we need a three-pointer. I saw him leave Mitchell Robinson on the floor. I saw him leave Mitchell Robinson on the floor against the Phoenix Suns in a defensive set where they were playing perimeter offense all game, and he had a big man in the game when you knew they were going to shoot a jump shot. What do you need Mitchell Robinson on the floor for? Yeah, y'all. Hey, man. Hey, make sure y'all hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you not have already done so. We come in here for fun, for entertainment, for some education. To talk that talk the way that you like to have that talk to you. LY says, I think Tibbs has a bunch of young guys and pulled Randall and Brunson up to a level to compete with elite teams. If things went right, we go to the finals last year. Right? What I'm gonna say, Andrew Collins J, thank you for that. Appreciate that. The son of the legend, Kerry Cox, is in the building. Nick Yak comes in. Let's talk about Grimes for a change. Right. Let's not. Relax. Nick Yak coming in here trolling. I see. Y'all think y'all slick, bro. I see y'all. Guzman is in the building. So I've seen Tibbs make genius moves, right? I've seen Tibbs make genius moves. And then I've seen Tom Thibodeau make coaching moves that makes me think sometimes he has lapses. And I mean for stretches too. I'm talking about stretches. Like, unlike y'all, I think the fire ant approach, the hornet's nest approach, is genius. I think the fire ant approach by Tom Thibodeau is genius. Right? I think it's genius. Now, I'm not saying that it'll work long term, right? But here's the thing. D Block in the building. Here's the thing. No one bee can beat a bear, right? No one bee can beat a bear, right? But if the bear attacks that hive, all them bees is coming out to tear that bear up. That bear gonna be running for his life. I think that's a genius move by Tom Thibodeau. If you can't get a Jason Tatum, go out and get 8 miniature versions of it, right? And just wear Jason Tatum down. If you can't get a Kevin Durant, get 8 mini versions of it to wear down Kevin Durant. If you can't get a Joel Embiid, get 8 or 9 mini versions to wear them down. Right? I think it's genius. Right? If you can't get a Luka, then get 8 or 9 little Lukas to wear Luka down. And on the surface, and listen, I know y'all not gonna agree. I know y'all not gonna agree, right? Because conventional wisdom has always been to be the man, you have to beat the man, right? To be the man, you have to beat the man, right? That's conventional wisdom, right? But if you can't beat the man, then what? Hold on, everybody. I got this. This little heater is tearing me up in this. Hold on. Yeah. I think it's genius. Parrish is in the building. And Laugh is in the building. Right. So, yeah. So what I'm getting at is this. I understand. A lot of times we want to find like stuff to improve, and sometimes it comes across as complaining. What I'm gonna say is instead of looking at the things that we feel like we should improve on because other teams are doing it, why not just accept what we're doing? What we're doing can't be right. Why not? Why can't we just accept what we're doing is okay and we're headed on the right path? Trini is in the building. Trini says he a good coach but not elite. Right. Right. What I'm gonna say is I think the fact that Tom Thibodeau is taking the hornet's nest approach, the fire ant approach, is genius. Right? Because if getting a Jason Tatum was easy, everybody would have one. If getting an SGA was easy, everybody would have one. If getting a Luca was easy, everybody would have one. Right? So instead of focusing on what everybody else is doing, how about we just sweep around our own front door? Right? DSJ, is that how it go? Sweep around your own front door. Don't worry about sweeping around mine. Is that how I go? Is that how the saying goes? I think the mere fact that this team made the playoffs 2 out of 3 seasons, the one season we didn't make the playoffs, was an injury riddled year where a lot of our players were missing a lot of times due to COVID and injuries and poor point guard play. Paris says Tibbs just doesn't understand he devalues assets. You got to develop you got to develop guys 10 through 15 and blowouts as an example. You know what, Parrish? I'm with you. You know what? I am absolutely with you on this. You and I align on that. Right? Right? And here's one further to that, Parrish. Here's another one just to go a little bit deeper on that one. When RJ or Randall or Brunson misses a game, instead of playing 8 people, add one of those young players to the rotation and still go 9. Right? So we're coming up on game 20. And honestly, and I know this is gonna sound strange, right? Honestly, I think we should be seeing Jacob Toppin and Jalen Martin in a Knicks uniform. Right? They don't have to play, but can you at least let them travel with the team? Can we at least let them travel with the team, get in the warm-up line, touch an NBA floor, and kind of ease them into the situation? Can you at least let Jacob Toppin and Jalen Martin and Deuce McBride and Jericho Sims get the feeling of being a part of the team? So Paris, Duggan, and I align right here. We're in lockstep on this one. I keep saying Paris, Duggan. I don't know why I keep saying Paris, Duggan. Clearly it says Parish. I don't know if this is Parish, Duggan, or not. I think this is just Parish. And there are times when the obvious Paris Duggan said you are supposed to say Paris Duggan. No, I'm supposed to read. Reading is fundamental. It says parish. I'm supposed to say parish. I'm supposed to read, not assume. Right? You have to read things verbatim. Right? But anyways. Yeah. Players 10 through 15, in my opinion, players 10 through 15 should be 4 developmental players. I guess that's 6. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, that's 6 players. 10 through 15, that's 6 players. Right? Keith Turner's in the building. Right? Players 10 through 15, in my opinion, should be 4 very young developmental players and 2 veteran practice players. Right? That way you keep the pipeline full. That way you keep the talent pipeline full. And by keeping the talent pipeline full, you either discover a hidden gem, B, groom a few of those guys to fill in the back end of the roster. Eventually, they'll become player 9, 8, 7, and 6. Right? Or you develop guys that you can move in trades. But players 10 through 15, we should be making them assets, basically. Right? Basically. Is that a Tom Thibodeau thing? Or is that a Leon Rose thing? I'm not for sure what the dynamic is. I'm not sure what the dynamic is, but what I will say though is I think Tom Thibodeau does great work in great situations, right? But in complex and confounding situations, I think the situations are problematic. Let me put it that way. Let me put it that way. Let me also state this. There have been times this calendar year when we see Tom Thibodeau's strategy and we are like, why is he doing that? Why is he doing that? Right? For give an example, Obi Toppin. Obi Toppin. I'm gonna open this up, but I'm gonna close it back because I don't want to talk about Obi Toppin all night. Right? I'm gonna open this up a little bit and then I'm gonna close it back. When teams draft players early in the draft, it's incumbent on the head coach to take that young, talented player under his wing and turn that player into something. And I felt like Tom Thibodeau did the complete opposite with Obi Toppin. Not only did he not put him under his wing and try to develop him into something, he treated, in my opinion, he treated Obi Toppin like a regular roster player. Still, Knicks fans is in the building. Pastor Jay is in the building. All right, all right. I see y'all. Classic Man is in the building. All right, all right. I felt like, and mind you, whether or not I'm the biggest fan of Obi as a Knick doesn't matter in this case because this is not about me. This is about Tom Thibodeau and Obi Toppin. We used draft capital to draft Obi Toppin high enough where he should have been a more impactful player with the Knicks. Tom Thibodeau, understanding his skill set, did not develop Obi Toppin. He just didn't. Right? So Obi Toppin, in theory, should still be a Knick. Obi Toppin, in theory, should be occupying that space that a lot of you Knicks fans feel as if we need to be occupied. Anybody in the chat feel as if the Knicks need a 6'9" athletic wing backup power forward off the bench that can shoot the three? If any of you guys say yes, is that not the role that Obi Toppin used to occupy for the Knicks? I'm trying to figure that out. there's that part of it. And then there is the Evan Fournier piece. The Knicks signed Evan Fournier, right? And Tom Thibodeau in the press conferences is saying all the right things. Oh, yeah, we knew they were playing FIBA, the World Championships. We liked Evan Fournier's toughness against Kevin Durant. This is years ago, right? This is years ago. We liked how Evan Fournier didn't back down to Kevin Durant. And, this team needs three-point shooting and all these different things. And then Tom Thibodeau gets him and is disgusted with Evan Fournier. You can tell from day one of the Evan Fournier Kemba Walker backcourt that Tom Thibodeau didn't like it. He didn't like it. Instead of signing Reggie Bullock back, the Knicks signed Evan Fournier, and now they don't even play him. When Reggie Bullock was a starter for us. Now, does it mean Reggie Bullock would have been a good player for the Knicks? Probably not. Eventually Grimes would have took Reggie Bullock's spot, right? But Reggie Bullock would have been here on a cheaper contract. But then, however, so that's the bad Tibbs, right? Here's the good Tibbs. Over the summer, they came up with an offensive system that fit RJ Barrett and Grimes. And in the beginning of the season, RJ looked good. RJ was going to the free throw line about 8 times a game, right? RJ Barrett was living at the free throw line and knocking them down, right? And then you see the Knicks change offenses to suit what Julius Randle does best. Now, full disclosure, Julius Randle looked lost in that Tibbs offense, in the new one early in the season. He looked completely lost. His shooting percentages were career lows. He looked out of place. And Tom Thibodeau slowly let Randle get back to the 2021 Randle offense, which is not a bad thing because that 2021 Randle offense looks way better with better players in it. Instead of Reggie Bullock, you have Dante DiVincenzo in it, which makes it look way better. Instead of Elfrid Payton, you have Jalen Brunson in it, which makes that 2021 offense look way better. But what about Grimes and RJ? What are you doing with them? Where's the balance? Where's the balance? So that's why I'm saying to everybody that I'm in this, on this, I think Tibbs is elite at times, and at times he makes a turn and we keep going straight and we're not on the same path. All right, let me see. Okay, a comment. Tibbs, reactive, not proactive. That's the difference between playoff coaching and regular. East Blue Drew, I disagree with you on this one. I think it's opposite. I think Tibbs is proactive and won't change, right? I think he thinks ahead, game plans, but won't make adjustments to the game plan. I think Tom Thibodeau is smart enough to game plan ahead, but if a coach throws him a curveball, he can't hit the curveball. Tom Thibodeau is a fastball hitter. That's what I think. I think Tom Thibodeau is a fastball hitter. If you throw him a curveball, he's not going to hit it. He may not even swing. He may not even swing. Tom Thibodeau may not even take the chance. I'm just going to do something real quick. I forgot to. So I don't know if Tom Thibodeau is a risk taker. I don't know if he adjusts well in the moment. I don't know. So is Tom Thibodeau an elite coach? I'm going to say at times he's elite and at times he's not. And I know that sounds like the classic John Kerry answer. Y'all want me? I just waffled, right? Just like John Kerry. Depending on what day it is this. Nah. What I'm saying is at times he looks elite, man. Like to me, this Hornets Nest offense and defense is way forward thinking. Todd Barbie is in the building, the president of the Quentin Grimes fan club. Salute to Todd Barbie in the building. Hey, Ron, I'm gonna politely decline y'all's offer to get Quentin Grimes tattoos on my chest. I'm just gonna decline that. I know Todd Barbie may have said yes, but I'm gonna decline getting the Quentin Grimes tattoo on my chest. Just for right now. Just for right now. That's jokes, yeah. I'm just joking with those two. They know what it is. I'm just palling around with those two. They know what it is. East Blue Drew said, just get a tat of just get a tat of a ham sandwich on your chest. Right. No, I got you. I got you. So is Tibbs elite at times and then at times not. I saw Joe Mazzulla throw a 2-2-1 full court trap at Tom Thibodeau, and he had Julius Randle bringing the ball up. Joe Mazzulla legit threw a high school defense at Tibbs and he had Julius Randle bringing the ball up, and then we were all over Randle about turning the ball. Randle had 8 turnovers. Really? They're running a trap, bro. Why you got 2 bigs on the floor when they're running a trap? But at the same time, this Tom Thibodeau 3-point offense, man, is fantastic to watch. This Tom Thibodeau 3-point offense is fantastic to watch. And honestly, I think it's about time that y'all start giving Tom Thibodeau credit for this 3-point offense. Give that man credit. Give him credit. Because he's been begging this team to shoot threes since he's been here, and guys just don't know, won't shoot the three, or don't know how to get open. Some guys won't shoot the three, and then others just don't know how to get open. And then when you see their replacements into the game, they shoot that three, man. They shoot that three. The Knicks are shooting 37.7% from three. And I think the mean, I'm gonna look at the, I think the mean is like 35. So the worst team in the league is the Lakers. They shoot 29%. Right? The Lakers shoot 29.4% from three. The Dallas Mavericks shoot 42.9% from three. Right? And the Knicks are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. The Knicks, I'm sorry, that's attempts per game. I'm sorry. Let me go back here. That was attempts per game. I'm sorry. So the team that shoots the best percentage is the Oklahoma City Thunder. They shoot 40.2%. And the worst team in the league is the Memphis Grizzlies. They shoot 32.6% from three. 32.6% from three. And as I scroll up, the mean looks like where the Houston Rockets are, or the Sacramento Kings shoot 35.5%. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15. The Boston Celtics are middle of the pack at 36.5. The Knicks shoot 37.7. Quiet Money is in the building. Keith Turner says, I'm not giving Tibbs credit for nothing. Has he won us a championship? Yeah. Right. I'm not sure that we can do it that way because has Brad Stevens won a championship? He's an elite coach. Has Ime Udoka won a championship? Yeah, I think there's a balance there. I think there's a talent a balance there. Keith Turner. I think there's a balance. You got to have elite players, elite coaching, elite organization, all coming together and be healthy and be lucky. You got to have all that stuff happen for you to be lucky. I mean, to win championships. Turner says Tibbs needs to go. Wow. Okay. Who you replacing them with? Who you replacing them with? Just curious. Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. As I share these details with y'all, and also read y'all comments too. As I share these things, as I open up, I guess in a therapy type session. Pajama pants, man. Lounge pants, I guess I'll call them. Lounge pants. As I open up and share my feelings on Tibbs, and as I read you guys' comments, I'm leaning more and more towards Tom Thibodeau being an elite coach, right? Because even elite coaches have flaws, man. Everybody's gonna have flaws, and every night is not gonna be a night. That's why every night's not gonna be a night. That's why people make songs like "Tonight's the Night" or "Been all night to get lucky, to get lucky." You know what I'm saying? That's why people make songs like that. I'm going to say that Tibbs is an elite coach with flaws. Notice I didn't say he was a perfect coach. No one is. Because the same people, if you're complaining about Tibbs, people in Miami are complaining about Spoelstra. In San Antonio right now, they're complaining about Popovich. People right now in Denver are complaining about Mike Malone after a championship. I'm going to talk to y'all about what I think is the deciding factor. And I know I did these out of order, but so what? It's just a conversation. It's just a conversation. And to be honest with you, this is the reason why I feel as if Tom Thibodeau is misjudged. Because I feel as if he's an elite level coach. I don't feel like he's a great leader. I don't know if Tibbs is a great leader. Like when it comes to like innovation, yeah, he innovates some stuff. Elite coaching, strategist, I think he does. He's elite. He's an elite coach. He's an elite coach that has flaws. But every coach has flaws. No coach is perfect. Right? But is he a great leader? From where I sit, in full disclosure, I've never met Tom Thibodeau. Tom Thibodeau doesn't know me from. Tom Thibodeau couldn't pick out Uncle Freezie in a grocery store, right? Or maybe he could, because I'm kind of a big person. So maybe he could, right? I don't feel as if he's a great leader. because when you hear players talk about him, like when Julius Randle had to talk to the press. Oh yeah, man, Tibbs kind of crooked. Oh man, he do all that yelling, man, but he just a big teddy bear. When Julius Randle have to defend your personality, then yeah. When Evan Fournier, it was like, yo, I don't know where I stand at this team because Tibbs don't talk to me. That's poor leadership. Everybody in the organization has to feel like they're a part of something. That's poor leadership. And I don't need to be an NBA head coach to know that, right? I spend most of my career in corporate America. I know leadership. And I think we all do. I think we all go through, oh, maybe we don't. But I go through intense leadership training once a quarter and then a major leadership thing once a year, annually. I don't know if that's how everybody else's career does, but we get leadership stuff once a month. Once a quarter, it's organized leadership training, how to recognize stuff, how to organize stuff, how to prioritize stuff, assets, people, everything. And there have been multiple players that have said to the public that Tibbs, once he throw you away, he don't even talk to you. And the thing about it is if you're a sensitive person, and there's nothing wrong with being sensitive, because the opposite of it is not giving a shit. So whether what end of the spectrum you're at, I'm sorry for cussing y'all. The opposite end of it is being sensitive, and the opposite end is not caring. Usually people are somewhere in the middle. Usually some people are somewhere in the middle. Right? But if Tibbs throws you away, and when Tibbs throws you, why is I didn't even hear my man bro, I ain't even hear you show up backstage. Hold on, I got you. I don't know why that is. Let me do this. Hold on.
Yo, what's up? What's good, Freezie?
What's up, boss man?
I'm all right. Salute to the chat. Salute to you as well, Freezie.
Yeah, man. Salute.
You were cooking, so I'm gonna let you continue.
Yeah, I already know. I feel like I know what you're gonna do. I know you're gonna be like, no, Tibbs is a great leader. We underestimate his value. He's an elite innovator. He's an elite coach. You know what I'm saying? And players don't receive him a certain way because they don't understand genius. I feel like that's where you're going.
You kind of got me the complete opposite, but you knew that already.
The complete okay.
He is a very good coach. He can squeeze a lot out of a limited talented team.
Okay.
Because he's so much of a disciplinarian and he's so much about, what's the word that I'm looking for? structure.
Process. Oh, you say structure process. I was gonna say okay.
Yeah, I mean process as well, but
Yeah.
I mean he's about structure. And when it comes down to it, ultimately sometimes you need to think outside of the box to play in this
Oh no,
particular
no,
area
no,
in
he
the
ain't don't.
NBA. So when you're going into instances where you may need to do something that's extreme because it calls for it, like hypothetically speaking,
Right,
we're getting destroyed in the paint, hypothetically speaking, against a team that can't necessarily shoot the three that well.
right,
We're not going to go to zone. We're not really going to do the pressing or the trapping, at least not as often as other teams around the league do.
right,
But I will say we do trap almost to a fault now. This year, we
right.
trap a lot more, and now we're getting abused by guys that aren't necessarily the greatest playmakers, but we're
Not see a
giving
little.
yeah,
Yeah,
we're giving easy outlet passes and safety valve passes to guys that aren't necessarily the best inherent playmakers because like when we watch other teams trap, right? They usually have their rotations on the backside on point. When the Miami Heat trap, they don't trap and then say forget what it is on the backside. They're connected. It's part
right,
of the reason why when Randall plays against them and they send traps and doubles at him, he's not getting the easy
right.
one man pass away that teams that
That's
aren't.
Grimes' fault, bro. No, no, yo, hand to the man, bro.
Some of yes, some of it is Grimes' fault because
Because you got to
you got to
be able to
relocate.
relocate. Yes,
You got to relocate or cut when the time calls for it.
right.
But even when Grimes isn't on the floor, like hypothetically speaking, if Dante's on the court in place of Grimes, Dante might make himself more available. But the Miami Heat, in terms of their structure and how they do things, they're still on the lookout for cutters for guys that relocate because they practice that sort of thing for when the
Right.
time
So
comes.
is that elite coaching or innovation?
It's a little bit of both.
I think so too, because I think it's elite coaching in that you do it right, but I think the innovation is Spoelstra will do it with stiffs and then put his best athlete on the backside so that that backside athlete can cover 2 to 3 people, chase the ball basically,
And
right?
there's different rules and principles for their zones based on who they're going against.
Right.
Like I've seen them talk about their zone and how complex it is. It's way more complex than the average fan might think.
Nah, they say that, bro. But I was watching you. Hey, have you watched that YouTube channel Thinking Basketball?
Of course, yeah.
I watched the Orlando Magic's defense, right? And it's the same defense we run, except
They have length everywhere.
right. Well, but except what they do in their defense is they anticipate the skip pass, like the guy that's supposed to sell out for the rotation here,
Yeah.
he doesn't, right?
He goes to like cut down on the low man usually, and the skip pass is usually over the top wide open. But
Right,
when you have athletes that can cover so much ground, you can do that and chop down on the low man at the same time when you have like Jonathan Isaacs,
right. Oh,
Franz Wagner's, and Paolo's.
and Jalen Suggs.
Exactly. Because he's
And
super athletic and long for his position.
yeah. And also
I didn't
what
see
they
that video, by the way. I'm just speaking on the times that I've seen them play, which is maybe 4 times this year.
right. Yeah, I watch them a lot. They're entertaining to watch. But
Yeah.
what they also do though is the easiest pass, like the easiest closeout is covered by the least defensive person. And the most complex closeout is an athlete scrambling to anticipate the pass around the perimeter, right? So
Yeah, they
now
put
you know
the
how
athlete on the weak side.
yeah, you know how people get it and you just keep passing it around the perimeter and you usually get a wide open shot. What they do is they scramble to that shot anticipating you're gonna do that and then have like say for instance in our case in our case quickly would scramble to the last guy, right? And then
Mhm.
whoever the stiff, say RJ would just go to the next guy. So instead of having RJ run around the perimeter chasing the ball or whatever, what it is no, RJ, you go to that guy and you stay with him. And quickly he's going to go to that guy. So the next person that catches it has a decision to make,
Yeah,
right? Because the next pass is now cut off. Now what are you gonna do?
exactly. And
Right?
when you're talking about things like that, that is like it those are like you say, it might be not as complex as you think it is, but it in knee jerk reaction times,
Right.
it's very hard to make those decisions repeatedly over and over unless you're drilled into
Right.
it. And basically, what they're doing is they're banking on you for targeting on the lowest hanging fruit.
Right. Because you're taught that. Let the game show you what to do.
Yeah, and when you do that, you're playing into their hands. They're just going to generate turnovers because they you think that they're just gonna go for the lowest hanging fruit, and you you're just playing in their hands. You just they're telegraphing it at that point.
Right. Right. And you know what
You're
else?
telegraphing to them at least.
Right. And then they're dictating to you what
Yeah,
you are gonna do on offense. And what we've learned, right, over the course of this new basketball era is the league is getting away from guys that know how to dribble and get to the basket. And if y'all can bear with me for a moment, right, with this one, if you notice, there are less and less big in game dunks generated in half court. There are less Vince Carter dunking on Alonzo Mornings, right? But what you will see is a role player go 3 for 7 for three, though. But you're seeing less Tracy McGrady's dunking on Sean Bradley's, right? But what you will see is Torian Prince go 8 for 8 from against the Knicks from three, right? And so with that in mind, since the game has changed, Orlando has said what we'll do is we'll take this length and let an elite athlete cover the most space, and then let the other long players just cover this one spot with all their length and their arms up.
because you're not really dealing with the quick twitch athlete getting a lane to go down.
Yeah,
You're
they're no
not
more
dealing with that anymore. But part of that has to do with how much more communication there is on defense in today's game compared to the past because you have to account for so much space
right,
with guys shooting. It's almost like an egg, chicken or the egg scenario, Freezy,
right,
where you
right,
can say like you see less of these athletes, but part of the reason why you might see less of these athletes is because defenses are taking away so many options up until the point that the game has evolved to start 26, 27 feet away from the rim to generate some sort of stress on teams. Like like you mentioned the Pistons were on the forefront of taking away the inside,
right,
and teams came behind them and took that and ran with it. And Tom Thibodeau, especially namely, as part of when he was on the Celtics and his ice pick and roll strategy that he essentially, I don't want to say created, but made famous, right?
right, right,
So it's one of those things where when we talk about like ice and pick and rolls, it may have happened in the 90s on occasion, and maybe not even intentionally, just by high IQ players, but it becoming a scheme and it becoming part of defenses around the league. Like
right.
like
Well,
teams don't even ice pick and rolls anymore. But if a coach called ice, everyone would know what to do because it's been drilled at lower levels at this point. So when we talk about like how like these super athletes aren't getting these lanes and how they can get to the paint as easy, it's because players are a little bit smarter now. The game just advances. So in order to combat the advancement of defenses, you're stressing defenses even further and further away from the rim, and now you're getting guys that are less likely to be athletic, but they're stressing you out from 30 feet away from the rim with actions and screens and off ball actions and off ball movement. It's like an egg and chicken thing. I think both of those things are correct where they just happened at the same time because how the game is progressing. It just happens so fast that you don't even realize what's going on. Like for instance, a guy like a guy that we used to have. What's his name? He was a shooter on that 13-14 Knicks team that won 54 games. 6'8", like Steve Novak.
Okay, okay, okay,
Steve Novak was very situational on that team
okay.
because, but in this era, he would probably play anywhere from maybe
He's
20 to
Davis
25
Bertans.
minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he might play 25. Like they have a guy on the Celtics tonight that played a bunch of minutes shooting threes,
Sam
or like
Hauser.
yeah, and or Duncan Robinson, how he had a prominent role playing a ton of minutes, and now he's back to playing a ton of minutes.
Yeah, and but to your point though, I understand where you're going. The thing with Tibbs is he took advantage of excuse me of the rule change
Hmm.
where the illegal defense was not called as quickly. Like you can step away from a player, be more than 5 feet away from a player, and
Step
then
in and step
recover.
out the paint. Yep.
Yeah, and yet that and also too, people knew when the Pistons went to the Eastern Conference Finals, what, 8 years in a row?
Hmm.
7 years in a row, something like that.
7.
7 years in a row, they went to the Eastern Conference Finals 7 years in a row, right?
I think 01 to 07.
Yeah, and so what happened is the Indianas of the world and the Detroits of the world couldn't be beat because they packed the paint in an NBA where people want to drive to the basket, right? And teams were like, you know what? And if you notice this, y'all stay with me on this, right? You notice, excuse me, that the Pistons fell off right at the same time a rule change came in, and the league drafted in guys like Danilo Gallinari and Steph Curry, who
Mhm.
didn't care about putting the ball on the floor, getting into the paint. They didn't care about being tough. Remember that? Oh man, oh
Mhm.
he's tough, man. Look how tough he. They were like, yo, okay, y'all stand back there, and I'm gonna shoot threes, right?
Yep.
I'm just gonna pot shot y'all to death. And I remember Charles Barkley saying at the time, the Knicks got that boy, he's soft. All he want to do is shoot jumpers. That's Charles Barkley word, right?
Hmm.
Right.
He said a jump shooting team could never win.
And he also said that. Yep. And he also said that, right? And years later, right?
If you
Those
can't jump
words,
shoot, you ain't winning nothing.
right? If you can't shoot, you're not getting drafted, right? So yeah, yeah. So but my thing with Tibbs though is I feel as if he's an elite coach. I feel like he gets stubborn at times, to borrow a word from Mets.
Yeah.
Like Tibbs gets stuck in a thing where he values what he does more than he values what you can do against him consistently.
And to that point, he's kind of, believe it or not, he's analytically inclined. So he'll go with what will what will yield him the results. Now the process of him getting to those things may not be the most ideal, and he won't be able to pivot away from what he knows best
Right.
unless you provide him players that can basically have their own autonomy in terms of their control and dictation on the game.
Right.
Otherwise, if you're having guys that aren't necessarily the best at what they do, you're kind of leaning on Tibbs even further, and that's kind of closing your ceiling even further. It's like a healthy balance. Unfortunately, like in my mind, Tibbs, to get back to the original point about like is he elite or whatever, you can win a championship with Tibbs if you have three bona fide superstars because they have the autonomy and their IQ and the skill level to overcome Tibbs' shortcomings. Because, like for instance, Spoelstra was a very good coach, but at times during his early Heatles stretch, he was in over his head, and he had to rely on LeBron's know it all, right?
Right.
Because LeBron and Wade and Bosh were high IQ players,
Right.
he grew. Spo grew. Absolutely, he grew. But at that point, he had to rely on players controlling things because I've seen NBA players say like straight up, they'll go into a huddle, coach will say this, that, and the third, and they'll come out and be like, "Yeah, we got that, but we gonna run
Yeah, we ain't doing that. Yep.
this," and it'll work. It'll work
Yep.
depending on who's doing it. Like for instance, Chris Paul is one of those guys that could just be like, "All right, cool, I'm just the coach of the court. That's
Right.
fine. I got it for you."
Right.
And to that end, you can win when Tibbs is monitoring what's going on in the margins, where the superstar can just override all the other parts that aren't necessarily conducive to winning or helpful in
Right.
terms of Tibbs's aspects. Like LeBron himself has helped basically every coach he's played with in
Right.
terms of raising the ceiling, in terms of making everyone around him better. Because being a playmaker, there's like differences in being a playmaker and then raising the general IQ of your basketball team. Like Ben Simmons can go out there and get 7, 8, 9 assists, but he's not making anybody better the way
Okay.
LeBron did.
Right.
It's kind of, this is where there's a ceiling that you can't really reach with Tibbs unless you have that dearth of talent where you can just override whatever Tibbs may hold you back on.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
Which is
I mean,
why even more we need to go make a superstar trade if we're going with this Tibbs thing. Now, if we're gonna switch coaches, then if the assistant head coach that we have, then yeah, then maybe I could see us going a little bit further. But I think
right.
it's not a jab at Tibbs. I'm appreciative for like the structure that he provided because, to be absolutely honest, quickly needed that structure.
Okay.
Randall needed some structure in order to get the best out of him. Even if he's heliocentric, the structure of it being heliocentric is allowing him to see the same looks and the same touches over and over, and him to impose his will. Now, when you go against great defenses, it gets a little bit difficult, which is why, for example, Tib doesn't necessarily make it the easiest on Randall. You remember when we played Atlanta in the playoffs, we decided to change where Randall touches the ball at like the top of the key or like free throw line extended, and that took us like 4 games to figure that out.
Right.
When we should have been practicing this for that very moment all the way throughout the regular season, but because it worked in the regular season, Tibbs was like, "I'm not worrying about this 1% chance." Now then, that 1% area that might be his blind spot when we get to the playoffs gets highlighted by other teams' coaches as far as a weakness, then he has no pivot, or when he tries to pivot, it's too late, or he's pivoting to something that we never practiced. Or another example, the last play of the season, Randall's playing at the center. When we didn't do it the entire regular season, we didn't practice it. They didn't gain any reps doing it. They may be practicing, but live game reps are not practice reps. And for the last play of the season, we try to pull out Randall at the 5.
Right.
Or we try to pull out Randall at the 5 because Tibbs knows Josh Hart isn't a shooter, but Tibbs still puts Josh Hart in the game.
Grimes lost us that game, bro.
I want to say Gronk. Everybody lost
But
that game except for
before you
Bryson.
say that, before you respond to that, think about the setup. Look at when you go back and look at it. You know what? I might pull it up on YouTube and show it. When you
Grimes is in
it
the corner hiding away from the ball.
hiding right and not drawing a defender, a defender is zoned up between him and RJ.
In the first place, Grimes should have never even been in the corner. He should have been the safety valve for Brunson as soon as he gets doubled. But that's on coaching, Freezie. That right there. His initial location on that play being in the corner, if he's the best shooter on our team, he should not even be on the corner. He should be at the top of the key or on above the break.
Right. The point that I'm making is if you are the most elite shooter at that time, why are you in the
Yeah, you might be in
though
a matrix. You might
you
be in
don't
a matrix.
understand that? Huh?
You say that again. If you're the most elite shooter, you caught in the matrix for a second.
Okay. If you are the most elite shooter, why are you in the easiest place to defend?
Tibbs put him in the corner to start the play. If you look
And
back at it,
he stayed there during the play. Because remember, Brunson
but
didn't
but
just
but here's the thing.
but
Here's the
hold
caveat
on,
to
wait a
that.
minute, wait a minute. Let me finish
Okay,
my point.
go ahead.
The point that I'm getting at is Jalen Brunson didn't just come down and turn the ball over. Jalen Brunson was dribbling and looking the entire time, and then he got to a point where he got trapped. Then he turned the ball over. So if you're Grimes and you're in the corner at the beginning of the play and you see the play go sideways, it's up to you to react. How is Jalen Brunson going to pass you the ball through 3 Miami Heat players? You should know that as an offensive player.
Here's my thing though, Freezie. When it's that condensed and they cleared out a side for Brunson, if you would have put Dante in that scenario, he might have went to above the break. But outside of that, when you have him in the corner instead of Josh Hart, you're putting yourself even at worse risk. Like even if you do relocate out of that area, it's still a hard pass to get through that much traffic,
Right.
especially if Randall's cutting down to be like a safety valve to get to the rim. It it would be asking Brunson to throw the ball while he's already 5'10".
I'm not asking that.
No. I'm saying, but okay.
I'm not
I'm
asking that. What I'm saying is something different. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. So first of all, at the half court is 47 feet, right? From baseline to half court is 47 feet, right? So there's no excuse for Grimes saying that there's no space, right? Because it's 47 feet, right?
Mhm.
And on top of that, at the start of this, when things start going sideways, there are 8 seconds, right? There are 8 seconds. And 8 seconds sounds like no time, but actually it's an eternity if all you want is one shot. You didn't have to get Grimes, you didn't have to pass Grimes the ball directly, right? He could have
You
kicked
could,
it to RJ, who could have kicked it around the perimeter to Grimes.
RJ was on the baseline. RJ was down by the
No,
baseline.
RJ was at the top of the key.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, he
That was
was.
no. Josh Hart was at the top of the key. You talking about the Brunson play?
No,
You
I'm
can
talking about
look it
the
up.
Brunson play.
You can look it up
I
right
done,
now.
I done saw it like 12 times. And
You
the
can look it
reason
up
why,
right now. RJ was at the baseline when Brunson got trapped.
okay,
I'm looking at it right now.
all right. So okay, with that, but Dre,
And Grimes was in the corner.
hold on. Okay, all right, go
Okay,
ahead, bro. Go ahead.
my fault, Freezy. I was gonna say
No, go
Grimes was
ahead,
in
go
the
ahead, go ahead.
corner, and Randall was above the break, and Hart was at the top of the key. For what reason, I have no idea. But that was the setup. But yeah, it still it, Grimes himself has to take the initiative and make himself available, right? But in
Right.
that scenario, there's only but so many places he could go. Because if he relocates, he's gonna run into Randall. If he tries to cut down baseline, he's gonna run into RJ.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that.
Oh, okay.
That's
Explain
not
to
what
me. Explain to me, Freeze. My fault.
that's not what I'm saying. What I'm
Uh-huh.
saying is we know the end how our season ended is he tried to force it inside to Randall. They picked off the pass. We fouled them. They hit 2 free throws, and
Yeah.
our season's over. Right.
On a set with Randall at the 5, and we never do that. So there's no
Right.
chemistry at all.
Right. So what I'm saying to you is as that clock is running down, right? As the clock is running down, you don't have to panic. You don't even need a 3-pointer there. The 3-pointer just might have been the most open look if you get it,
Mhm.
right? Ideally, Jalen Brunson goes to the free throw line and knocks down 2 free throws, tie the game, and then there's 5 seconds left on the clock. That would have been perfect scenario, right? Grimes on the other side with 47 feet, bro. You don't need anybody in the paint. You know they're zoned up and looking to trap Brunson once he goes to, once the baseline is, once the out of bounds line is a third defender. Everybody, that's when the Heat trap you, right?
Yeah,
They use
and
the out of
and
bounds line
Randall
as a
and
third defender.
Randall saw it, and he immediately beeline down the heart of the paint to try to like be like some outlet because
Right.
the spacing was just virtually non-existent. I'm gonna keep it real with you, Freezy. I have no idea why Tibbs put RJ in the dunker spot right there. I have I I legitimately can't explain that to you.
I don't know if that was the intent. I think
Or
they
maybe it
start.
broke down that way.
Yep, I think it started one way. The Heat showed a different defensive look than what they anticipated, and then that's what you got. And for that reason, I'm telling you that in that moment, first of all, in that moment, Evan Fournier should have been in for Josh Hart, right? One, right? Two, Quentin Grimes has to be, since he at the time we felt like he was a good shooter. Now I don't feel like he's a shooter at all, right? But at that time, you want to give Grimes at least an open look. And for the sake of this conversation, I'm saying Brunson doesn't have to pass the ball directly to the
No, he
shooter.
doesn't. No,
You
and
can you can
to that, my fault, Freezy. Go
no,
and
go ahead,
finish.
bro. No,
I was
go
gonna
ahead.
say to that point, our offense was so grossly simplified. What Tibbs tried to do, what basically happened, Brunson came down and had a defender on him. I think he had Jimmy Butler on him, and what Tibbs tried to do, or our normal base offense in terms of generating offense, we tried to bring Josh Hart up to bring Max Strus up because Max Strus was on Josh Hart, so we could so Brunson could try to isolate um Max Strus. But what happened was Max Strus ignored Josh Hart and went to double team, and that's where we got into trouble where we don't even have any natural normal like ball or man movement because we're so used to teams actually in that moment not ignoring Josh Hart or anybody to that effect or to that level. They legitimately said, to hell with Josh Hart, stop Brunson, stop the ball, and we'll figure it out, figure the rest out. And that being so intrinsic to what we do was a gift and a curse because Brunson is so good in isolation and in terms of picking on guys. They anticipated the Heat to switch everything. The Heat were like, nope, we're not switching. We're going to double you. They basically said, we're not going to give you the look that we gave you the entire game originally. We're just going to trap you right here with the game on the line and live with the results. And they did do that. And because we are so stuck in this mentality that we just need to attack. Well, we were last year. We just need to attack a mismatch when it's coming down the stretch. We didn't even run a real set. They just tried to clear out one side. We had everybody, literally everybody, Freezy, was on the left side of the court. And because Hart's man was Max Strus, Hart ran towards Brunson to initiate like a rub screen and a switch, and then he ignored the fake screen and they double teamed Brunson. And when we stuck in that scenario, there's no pivot because we never practiced. I don't think we ever practiced breaking breaking a trap in that scenario when Randall's at the five. I truly don't believe we ever had any sets for that. We were just trying to space them out with our most skilled players at that given moment to win, and the Heat were like, we know Brunson wants to score. I'm just not gonna let Brunson beat us. If Josh Hart beats us, cool. And we had no pivot towards that, which is why Brunson was averse to even passing it to Josh Hart because I don't think anything good would have happened if he passed it to Josh Hart. To be absolutely honest, he probably would have taken the open three or missed it. I- But it's tough, bro.
All right.
It's just tough. Like you can pull it. I don't know if you mind pulling it up. I don't know if I want to give Knicks fans PTSD tonight, but If you
Right.
pull it up, it looks like all of our bad habits coming to bite us in the end. When we're trying to by all of our bad habits coming to bite us in the end, while we're trying to implement like a 5-man unit that we never use. And when you have bad habits, it doesn't really matter what unit you put out there. If you don't practice breaking these habits, then you're just put in this scenario where it's the biggest play of the game, and you don't even run a real play or a set. I'll tell you this much, Freezy. If Joe Mazzulla came down and it was the last play of a game 6, he's drawing up something to get someone in action or someone downhill. He's not just gonna default to switching. Like he's not gonna default to trying to force a switch for Brunson to isolate. You can't go down like that. Not against teams or coaches that are that smart. It's not logical. At least to me, it wasn't that play.
Okay.
Hold on. Hold on.
Cowboy Bob in the building. What's good, boss?
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning. How you doing?
Man, it's
How you
morning
be?
already?
Yeah, it's 1:00.
Oh man, yeah, it's 1:00. Yeah, man.
Salute, BT.
Salute, Dre. How y'all doing?
Yeah. Jay, I heard all of that. Bro, I think it's still the player's fault, bro.
I mean, you can pull up the play if you don't
I'm
mind.
looking at it. I'm looking at it right now.
It could be the player's fault, but we don't incentivize players to move without the ball. Like Freezy, if you put Dante in that scenario, how is Dante gonna get the ball if he's initially put in the corner? And
I was trying to tell you that before you cut me off.
But here's the thing though, Freezy, our initial game of like if Dante's man was not Max Strus, no matter who was down there, if Max Strus was covering Julius Randle would have ran towards Brunson to try to force a switch. We were trying to target Max Strus specifically out of anybody on the court in that moment, which is why Josh Hart even came
All right,
up.
I'm gonna watch it one more time, bro. I'm watching.
Like look at Mac. I mean, can you put it up on the screen?
Wow, he really left.
Nah, he's there. He's just watching. But
no, I'm just saying it's funny how he does that. But
it's one of those things where yes, some of it is on the players, but this was not an optimal scenario to succeed in my mind, like at all.
I think honestly, the playbook needs to be broken down more to the players. Like they gotta have more reign with the playbook, because to be honest with you, I've been always hearing for months and ever since as far back as I can remember, since the Melo years, all Knicks do is ISO. All Knicks do is ISO. How come we don't have an ISO delay? What do I mean? ISO delay. Let's say you have Brunson on the left side of the court, everyone else is on the right side. You see that he's getting ready to do his Brunson burner. By the second or third dribble, you should have your small forward RJ moving to the corner, and as he's moving, you should have either Grimes rotate or Randall rotate at the top of the three as he's driving. Now you're giving him two different lanes to where you can pass to the corner to RJ, or you can pass back to the top of the key to Randall. Or he could kick it back to Mitchell, who's gonna be cutting underneath. Like stuff like that. That's what we need. We need stuff to where it looks like it's an ISO play, but then in motion, we're moving to where the players can create some type of different offense. That's what I like. Because these pass plays that we're doing, it's the same playbook. It's just faster passes. People are getting their shots and they're knocking them down. I want to create some type of better system to where the players can. I know it's a read and react offense, but they need to be able to do stuff like that as well to where it's deception. That's where I think the players can actually do better if they actually have full reign from Tibbs. Like if Tibbs were to give them the reign and let them see these plays and let them see what he wants, it's going to be hard to stop.
I was gonna say, like, if you coming down and it's the biggest play of your season, and you already decide to put Randall at the 5, you can't give me clear out one side, everybody goes to the left side corner, and then
no. This is with the 5.
Hold on, BT.
No,
I'm
sorry.
finished. Hold on, let me finish. You can't give me the biggest play of your season. You can't give
Dre,
me
nah, man,
clear out one
that's
side.
not true. Bro, I'm watching it right now. What you just described is exactly what they did.
They
And
cleared out
Quentin
one
Grimes,
side.
hold on. Quentin Grimes got a wide open 3 down 94-90. wide open, and he airballed it. He was
I'm
on
talking about the
just what
last
you
play
said.
of the game. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when
I get it. I get it. But we were down 94-90, right? After what you just said. And we still got a wide open look where Quentin Grimes is legit in one hemisphere by himself. And he
I'm talking
airballed
about
it.
we were down 92-90.
92-90. Right. Right.
That's when we cleared out a whole side and we tried to match up hunt with Max
But
Strus,
that's what I
and they
told you, and you kept telling me RJ was at the bottom of the screen. I told you no.
what play are you looking at, Freezie? I'm
The one,
literally sending a video right now.
bro. I can't play the thing on YouTube, bro.
I,
YouTube will
I, I
take.
Yo,
no no
just
no no
send
no
him the
no no.
link in the
Yeah,
chat
yeah,
so he
yeah,
can
yeah.
watch it. Send it to him in the chat. He
This
can
play,
go and watch
Freezie.
it.
Not
Yeah.
94-90. I'm talking about 92-90 when Brunson had the chance to tie the game or we could take the lead. That's when we lost. And then we turned it over and then they shot free throws. Then it was 94-90. You'll see clear as day RJ is in a dunker spot. For what reason? I don't know. Why is RJ in the dunker spot? I couldn't tell you. Why are we matchup punching with Josh Hart's man? I couldn't tell you. But that play in particular, there's even if Dante was in Grimes' shoes in that particular play, nah, I I can't put it on the player for that 92-90 play. No, I can't. I can't do it. That was a horrendous idea to match up Hunt with on the
I see
biggest
what you. I
player.
see what you're. You know what? I see what you're talking about. I think we were both right in that. What I was talking about is RJ being on the same side of the floor with Brunson. You're talking about Brunson. I mean RJ being in a dunker spot across the paint from Brunson.
Yeah, yeah.
I see what you. Yeah, I see.
That that
I still
that
can't
shouldn't
play it
because
because it's an ESPN clip though.
yeah.
Yeah,
Don't play
yeah,
it, but you can watch
yeah,
it. Like
yeah.
even
No,
if
I saw
Brunson
it.
were to dribble in that direction, RJ's man would come. So I don't know why RJ was in the dunker spot. They tried to target Max Strus. You're matchup hunting on the last play of the game with a 5'10" point guard against a team that's not going to let you get that off. And they basically ignored Josh Hart. Now, if this is why you don't even have Josh Hart on the court. This is why you're right when you say you have Fournier on the court. Because if Fournier is coming up and Max Strus is just going to ignore him, then that's a wide open three from the top of the key from a 40% 3-point shooter. Then you live with that, right? But in that scenario, they ignore Josh Hart because Josh Hart's not going to shoot that three.
Yeah.
I know he's not going to shoot that three. Josh Hart's going to pump fake, dribble, and then probably run into Randall because Randall's already cutting into the paint. The only other option he would have would be a wide open Grimes above the break or in that corner from three if they were to give it to him. But I'm not relying on Josh Hart to make the
Yeah,
right
it was
decision
still
on
time on the
basketball.
clock, man. We still, yeah.
That there was way too much time on the clock. We should have ran a set, but we
Yeah.
tried to
It was
match up
it
Hunt,
started with 14.4 seconds left.
and we tried to match up. We tried to isolate matchup Hunt, and the Heat were like, "No." Heat were like, "Okay, you can do that, but we just gonna leave Josh Hart wide open."
And Bam Adebayo was zoned up at the opposite corner of the paint, looking to intercept any skip pass.
Yeah,
Right. So he couldn't make a cross, even though they were trapping. He couldn't make that. That's why I'm saying they should have everybody rotate to the ball. Man, this is basic. This is basketball 101.
Josh Hart didn't come. Josh Hart should have came from the top of the key down to the break in the
Right.
corner.
And then the opposite guard would have rotated
Grimes should
around
have
Josh Hart.
rotated, and RJ should have went to the corner.
Yeah.
While Randall's bum rushing the paint.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
That's
that
called
would have
movement.
been.
And that's called movement and spacing. And I know that's an unfamiliar concept to the Knicks at times.
And if you're gonna run 5-out offense, that is something that you must have baked into that said 5-out offense. So if you're even gonna have Randall at the 5, you better draw up a play because we don't do this, and this is the most high stress situation. So we don't do this naturally by our players. Josh Hart is not the most high IQ player. RJ Barrett was even though he may have the ability to cut at times, he already sees Randall cutting.
Right. Right.
So that whole play was doomed from the start. As soon as our first plan of action was to try to like attack a mismatch, it was over from there.
Right.
As soon as we tried to attack a mismatch with
But
20 seconds left in
but
the
he
game,
beat Jimmy Butler off the dribble.
but he beat Jimmy Butler off the dribble
Yeah.
because he thought the Miami Heat were gonna like actually show the way Josh Hart came up, right? But Max
They're
Strus was
gonna
like,
collapse on him.
yeah, Max Strus was like, no, I'm gonna just take away that driving lane from your right hand, and I'm gonna ignore Josh Hart. And because of that, everything broke down from there. Because he knew if he passed it to Josh Hart probably would screw up that play because he's at the top of the key. And the only right move for Josh Hart in that scenario, even if he's at the top of the key, it would probably throw it to Grimes. But even then, Bam probably would have like psyched him out and got a steal or something because it was just poor floor balancing. The whole play was just terrible floor balancing.
Yeah.
If you
That's not
have
good.
five, if you have five, if you have a 5-out offense, you have Randall at the 5. You should not have poor floor balancing. It should be the opposite. You should have everybody spaced out. So, guy, like clearing out one side to have a 5-out offense, you might as well have had Mitch in there if you're gonna clear out one side. So at least Mitch could catch an offensive rebound or something. Teams that run a smaller 5 or a small ball 5, they don't clear out one side. They put two guys in the corner, one above the break, and then one guy that can help or facilitate a pick and roll type style offense, right? What we did was we
A
cleared out a
rotated
whole
defender.
side and made it easy for the Heat to defend us. And that's on coaching, Freezy. You don't clear out a whole side when you have a stretch 5 on the court. That doesn't make sense. It makes zero sense. That basically eliminates the whole point of having a stretch 5 because that allows, like you said, that allows Bam to zone up because he can cover enough ground at that point when you have the whole side cleared out.
I'm watching this thing over and over, bro. I'm so frustrated by it, bro.
It, it,
The
it,
Knicks need a shooting guard, man.
it
Bro, this is ridiculous.
the Knicks need a shooting guard
Here we go.
and a coach that
Where's the
puts
power
the right.
forward?
Well, we had a shooting guard on the bench. It was Fournier Freezy, and we didn't put him
Yeah.
in. So at that
So I
point,
went, okay, he goes by Jimmy Butler. He fakes pivot, and Josh Hart was wide open. Bam Adebayo was in the zone, and Quentin Grimes is at the top of the screen, and Julius Randle and
cutting in the
RJ Barrett
middle.
are clogged up side by side.
That is the whole play was doomed from the start. Because even if Grimes relocated behind Randall, relocated behind the cutter, Bam still had enough time. If you were to fling it over there for the skip pass, Bam had enough time to close out. I think they were going to ignore Josh Hart that entire play, no matter what, because he's a non-shooter and they're playing the odds at that point. So even if like it, they teach you in basketball as far as relocating. When you have a cutter, you relocate behind the cutter because that's a gash open in the defense. But when you clear out a whole side and they have a guy that the defense is going to ignore, that cut doesn't mean
So
anything.
Randall was calling for the ball. I'm looking at Randall. Randall's like, yo, 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 yo. Oh my God.
And if you're calling for the ball in a high pressure situation like that, you might as well have ran a set, man, or called time. We had a timeout, I believe.
Oh my God, bro.
We could have just ran a set, ran something. But we tried to match up hunt because that's what we did all year, Freezy. And that works against bad teams. That does not work
I
against good
think
teams.
we were looking for Brunson to shoot it so that we can rebound. That's what it looked like they were crashing.
Well, I don't think. Wow,
Did he shoot a lot? Let me ask this. Did
if we were
Jalen Brunson
if
shoot a lot? Did he shoot a lot in that game? Because if he shot a lot in that game,
he shot a
and they
lot in
were
that game. He had 40.
Yeah,
But
that was
see,
later. in the
here's
year.
the thing: if the mentality was to crash, Josh Hart would have been crashing. Josh Hart was at 3-point line.
I don't know. I don't know. That don't sound
Josh
fair.
Hart out of anybody would be crashing. out of anybody on that court, you would be crashing.
Yeah, I
But
don't
but
know
but
if
our
I,
initial idea was find who who's being guarded by Max Struess, bring him up to Brunson, and try to force a mismatch. But the problem was the Heat knew that's what we're gonna do, so they put Max Struess on the non-shooter or the guy that's non-aggressive from the perimeter, and they said straight up, ignore him. These are like the tactician games that Spoelstra plays that you don't like anticipate or you don't think about, but they knew from the jump. If it comes down to this, we're gonna put Max Struess on the non-shooter because we know they're just gonna bring this guy up for a switch because
Jalen
that's what
Brunson
we
had
do.
41, bro.
That's what we do.
Yeah, I think they were anticipating that man to shoot. That's what it. I think that's what it looked like.
Yeah, they were anticipating that man to shoot because they thought the Heat would would not completely ignore Josh Hart. They thought they would at least stunt hard, but they straight up double teamed him. That's why they were expecting him to shoot because they expected the shot to go up. Brunson was not going to put that shot up over a double
They
team
were
like
waiting.
that.
It sounds like they were waiting for the
It
defender to
sounds like
rotate.
it sounds like
No,
you
no,
got
I'm saying from what you're saying, it sounds like they were waiting for the rotating defender to pick up Brunson to where he has the mismatch, but they didn't. They just basically held
they
him.
trapped him. They just
Yeah,
trapped him.
they trapped him. That's what I'm saying. That's what it sounds like. And actually, I got to go relook at it now because I think you're actually right to the point where you should be the junior coach. I'm being real, yo. The way you just broke that down, yeah,
It,
you're right.
I'm
It
I'm
looked like
keeping
they were waiting for him.
I'm keeping it real, Freezy.
And on top of that, they
Out of anybody on the court, Freezy, if you have to trap, you would rather trap with the guys whose responsibility is for a guy that's a non-shooter because it doesn't hurt you. And we played right into Spoelstra's hands. This is why you get out coached. Like he plays to tendencies. He knows our tendency is to hunt a mismatch. Even if a guy has 40, cool. He's gonna try to hunt a mismatch in the last play, the biggest play of the game. Even when we run in a 5-out offense, well, or a small ball five, we have poor floor balancing because we go back to what we know and what Tim's emphasizes: attack a mismatch, attack a switch. And they didn't switch because they knew Josh Hart is a non-threat that far away from the rim.
Oh no, hey Dre, I looked at the play again, bro. The initial set, Josh Hart comes up top. Okay. Josh Hart evacuates to pull a guy. The guy don't follow Josh Hart, right? And your best shooters in that moment, your best shooters are all on the perimeter. Your worst shooter in that moment is in a dunker spot. It's RJ, right? RJ, and I'm talking about at the 21-second mark when it's 92-90. Josh Hart Josh Hart comes out up top to be the release, right? Bam is zoned up in the paint. Duncan Robinson is cutting off the baseline right where the black square is. And Jimmy Butler is in chase,
But
right?
all that doesn't matter if you have poor
But,
floor balancing.
but, okay.
I'm saying, Freezy, if you have your best
Hey,
shooters on
whatever.
the perimeter, and if you have poor floor balancing, it doesn't matter if you have your best shooters on the perimeter. If all your best shooters are on top of each other, Freezy, all on the left side on top of each other,
I just don't know basketball tonight or something, man. I don't know.
nah, you know, it's just a matter of disagreement or perspective. Like,
What I'm saying I'm trying to get to a place. I'm
okay,
trying to get to a point. I'm trying to get because we've heard your side already. I'm trying to get
yeah,
to
yeah. Get to
I'm
your
trying,
point. My fault,
yeah,
Freezy.
yeah,
My
yeah,
fault.
yeah. What I'm saying is all the basic principle stuff you're saying, I agree with, right? Except what I don't necessarily agree with totally is situationally. I think Tibbs started out now. The personnel on the floor is wrong, right? In my opinion, the personnel on the floor is wrong,
I can agree with
right?
that.
But the thing about it is, quickly missed this game due to injury,
Yep.
right? So your second best ball handler is not available, right? Deuce McBride gave you 3 or so.
Trash minutes.
Right, right, right. But you can't expect him to be that when, like Paris said earlier, when you don't train them, you can't expect them to be ready,
Exactly.
right? So when at 21 seconds, when Jalen Brunson starts towards the rim, right? Randall didn't come over to the top of the key, and Grimes didn't move either, right? They saw him trapped and actively watched Brunson try to figure it out, right? And when Brunson had no answer, Randall leaped towards the rim. And then when he had no answer, he went to the same spot that was being occupied by RJ, who was standing there like we were shooting free throws, right? Right? If RJ would have came back around and came back to that other corner or did something, anything, fake screen, something, anything, something, right? Something, anything, then the outcome would have been different, right? Maybe Jalen Brunson kicks that ball back out to Josh Hart at the perimeter. And we know what Josh Hart was going to do. He was going to wait for the fake closeout, put the ball on the floor at the free throw line. And in a moment like that, he was going to jump past to somebody he trusts. We know he was going to do that, right? Because that's what he does, right? Josh Hart is not going to take the clutch shot. He's going to defer to someone he trusts.
He'll take the clutch shot when it's literally 1 second on the shot clock. That's about it.
When forced, like, yeah, right. But RJ stood there and did nothing. That's RJ's fault, right? Randall seeing this, seeing Brunson had no outlet and no way to pass it back up top. Randall tried to wedge his way into space and force an opening. But Randall's man is there, Bam was zoning, and RJ was there. Right? But if that's the case, where's Grimes?
He was in the corner about to relocate around. Like if you look at when Randall cut, he's attempted to relocate in the same position that Randall cut from, which is what you're taught to do. But
no,
RJ was
he didn't.
the same.
No, he didn't.
No,
he didn't.
I'm looking at. Oh, hold on. Let me make sure I'm not tripping. Hold on. Let me make sure.
Yeah, you tripping on it. I got it. Okay, I'm gonna. I think I gotta.
Yeah, he was standing. He was standing still. Oh, he was standing still, waiting for a catch and shoot from the corner.
Yep.
But Brunson didn't have that angle because the floor balancing was so bad between RJ and Randall and Grimes that it just didn't work. That floor balancing was terrible.
Terrible.
But here's my thing. Here's my thing where it's on coaching. If you have Randall at the 5, there is no reason for you to clear out the entire side and then then attempt to do an ISO Brunson burner if you have Randall at the 5. If anything, Freezie, if you ask me, you bring any team.
Did you see that?
Hold on. Yeah, I'm saying, like, if anything, Freezie, any normal team in that scenario, like you could look up the Sacramento Kings, or hell, you could even look up the Warriors when they had KD and Steph. When it came down to those moments, they ran pick and roll with those two guys, your two best players. And what did we try to do?
Kevin Durant and Steph Curry.
You can, Freezie, you can say Jimmy Butler and Bam.
But that's Jimmy Butler and Bam.
You could say De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis.
But that's De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis.
Don't we got two guys that are potential All-NBA?
No, De'Aaron Fox is the most clutch player in the NBA. De'Aaron Fox would have hit a shot right there.
And Brunson was like second in clutch points last year.
Yeah, but he wasn't first.
That's fine, but if teams know that what you're expecting is Brunson there, you bring your two best players in the action no matter what. You don't have your best player on the wing when he's not even a sharp, dead-eye shooter like that.
Okay.
You don't start to play with Randall on the wing. I'm sorry.
Okay. So you start to play with Randall on the wing because he's guarded by Kyle Lowry.
They pre-switched, by the way. That's also
right.
Randall getting out coached.
Randall on Kyle Lowry, right?
That's getting out coached.
Randall on Kyle Lowry, right? And in this play here, we know Randall is hurt, right? So we know dragging Randall down to that box with Kyle Lowry on him was not going to be the move because Randall is hurt. Like, we got to understand situations. We got to understand that RJ Barrett was ice cold from the floor. We got to understand that Randall was hurt and shouldn't even been out there, right? So now it's Brunson,
Fournier should have been
Josh
out
Hart.
there.
Yeah.
Basically, you saying Fournier should have been up there because that's the only thing.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, because what we're saying, the premise is right, man. What I'm saying is, situationally though,
Yeah, it was poor situational IQ from a lot
yeah,
of guys in the team.
yeah, because Jalen Brunson should never have spent baseline, right? Yo, you teach your point guards from day one. Day one, you teach your players keep your eye on the ball for one, right? And don't let the line be the second or third defender, right? And Jalen Brunson made a cardinal error right there. That's Jalen Brunson's fault. Now, with that said, he tried to make up for that error, right, by making a play, and then he made the another error in judgment by not seeing the pass.
Mm.
Julius Randle wasn't open, and he couldn't see Randle open, but he threw it in faith,
Yeah, because
right?
he panicked.
Randle wasn't
He
open.
panicked. He panicked. And in
Yeah,
that scenario, I don't blame him for panicking because he should have just spun it back out and hit
yeah,
Hart, I guess.
right,
For like I guess for the best possible outcome, they should have passed it to Hart. In that scenario when the spacing is terrible and guys didn't relocate, for the
right.
best possible scenario, you should have just passed it to Hart and let the chips fall where they may.
He should have just kicked it out to Hart. But again, when you have three power forwards on the floor
Four.
in this scenario, when you have four power forwards on the floor and no ball handler, it's
Uh,
going to lead you to these situations where you got to go out and get it. To me, that's the reason why they value Dante DiVincenzo over a 6'8" wing because of these scenarios, right? Because think about it. Even if Brunson was hurt and this was quickly, and you still had the same personnel, guess what situation you in? The
same,
same
same old.
one. The same one.
Quickly dribbling right into traffic and then making a boneheaded jump pass, probably.
Yeah. Or throwing up a floater over the top of a sea of hands.
I was gonna
Right.
say, like, I, definitely it goes on the players for the lack of IQ, right? I also think some of the blame goes on the coach for wrong personnel. Because to be absolutely honest, Fournier, Fournier in that scenario, I trust him with the ball in his hands because he has a floater. He can pass a little bit, he can dribble a little bit, and he can shoot from that same spot. So even if
And
they
he's
did
never gonna
honor it,
get caught up in the wash. You
yeah,
never see Evan Fournier caught up in the wash. Grimes was caught up in the wash. It's the reason why he wasn't available. Like Grimes's defensive man was not the threat defensively, right? It was making that contested pass through a sea of hands that was the threat. I mean,
but if I'm looking at this play from a bird's eye view, being real, Josh Hart should have not been on the court. If the thing is, if the point is to get a bucket, Josh Hart should have not been on the floor for that play.
all to Josh Hart, bro.
But I think he went with experience with that one as far as pressure
I
situations. He
think he
tried to
played
play.
hero ball. The look on his
Yeah,
face, bro. You can tell he knew he messed
yeah,
up trying to play hero ball.
yeah. Like he was trying to make the right adjustment at that time to where he could put experience out there. And Hart was doing good with rebounding and everything. So he's like, yo, let him get a shot. That's why I feel like in this play, I agree with you, Unc, that the personnel was wrong. But I think Tibbs did the right thing in trying to rely on his players to let them figure it out in that moment because you're going to need to work that out, whether it's now or in practice. But
You don't.
during
You
the
don't.
game, no, what I'm saying is real time. Like you can practice that all you want in practice. But when you're in that actual situation and it falls like that, the players should have been using their IQ to set up to, like you said, pass it out to Hart. Because to be honest with you, the way they were set up was even if Hart took the shot, they were already set up to rebound. So what they
Here's
were
my
expecting
thing.
from Brunson, no, what I'm just saying is like what they were expecting from Brunson, you kick it out to Hart, Hart take the shot. They're already there. And then Brunson could cut in and probably grab a rebound and then bring it back out. So there's like so
If
many other
Hart, oh,
options.
time out. If Hart takes a
No, I'm
shot,
sorry. Go ahead.
the Heat had four guys with feet in the paint. It would be Randall trying to fight through a sea of arms and legs and like guys like Kyle Lowry, like probably poking him up in the ribs for that rebound. Like Even if Josh Hart put up that jumper, I'm being real. I doubt we would have came with that rebound because number one, Grimes is all the way in the corner. RJ's up underneath the rim, and he has no bounce. And the Heat have like four guys around the paint because this is how I know like the spacing was terrible. The Heat had four guys around the paint, and they weren't even at a deficit defensively. They had four guys around the paint, and they weren't at a deficit defensively because the spacing was horrendous.
Yeah.
The spacing was horrendous, and the guy that they didn't have to honor in terms of spacing, they just didn't honor him. So that's why they allowed them to have four guys in the paint.
I
That
think the,
allowed
I
them.
think the wrong
That al-
guy moved in that set. I honestly believe that Randall should have dragged down to that box, and Jalen Brunson should have passed that ball to Randall in the post on Kyle Lowry.
I but
And
listen,
Jalen Brunson stay on the perimeter, waiting for the double. If the double comes, Jalen Brunson gets a wide open three.
Mm-hmm.
That's
what I mean by working.
That's what I see after. That's what I see after the fact. In real time, I didn't know what I was looking at.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, Dre. The difference between real time and now. So they needed to work out that issue. Now, if it happens again, I agree with you. Yo, we made a mistake. And
if we had DeMar DeRozan, Cowboy Bob, if we had DeMar DeRozan right there, we're talking about
he would be at the top of the key, though.
No. If you had DeMar DeRozan right there, bro, you open up the set giving DeMar DeRozan the ball because he's your best ISO scorer. And
you talking about Randall? But wait, whose spot?
Randall was Freezie. Randall was being checked.
No. I'm asking who would DeMar DeRozan spot? Like, would he be taking Hart spot? Would he be taking Randall's spot? Like, what position would he be at? That's what I was asking.
I'm gonna let you guess. Name all five people that was on the floor. I'm gonna let you guess.
All right. So if he's in Hart spot, then for me, he'll be taking that wide open.
The five people that was on the floor, and then you answer your own question.
No,
right?
I'm just
you got like, RJ, Grimes, Hart, Randall, Brunson. Which guy are you taking off the floor for DeMar DeRozan?
Grimes. I'm taking Grimes off the floor.
I'm taking Josh Hart off the floor. Me personally,
I need Hart in case we need that rebound, just in case.
You already downsized.
But he said it's DeRozan though. He said if you're gonna put DeRozan,
if you need rebounder, why don't you put Mitch in there?
True, good point. That's another good point. See,
we're going. This is the thing. Like,
I'm just asking, bro. You know what I'm
saying? It's cool. I get it. Like I said, y'all guys have been rocking. That's why I'm quiet. I like this.
You good, man. It's one of those things where Josh Hart was not needed in that scenario, in my mind. Now, Grimes should have spaced out better, right? But you mentioned that Brunson was trying to do hero ball.
Yeah,
right.
He was.
We gave him the opportunity to do hero ball when we gave him the entire right side.
Right.
And the Heat basically ignored the fact that we gave him the entire right side.
Because they knew he was playing hero ball.
Yeah. But at that point,
because no other Knick was an offensive factor. That man had 41 or 39 at that point.
We had a timeout. We could have drew up something.
Well, what's crazy?
We could have drew up something, even with Josh Hart on the court.
But what's crazy? I want to know earlier in the game, were they actually allowing, like they weren't collapsing and trapping like they did that moment at the end of the game, or did they do that play differently earlier throughout the game? Because
they
I know Miami.
that same defense you see that you just saw, was the same defense that Julius Randle hit a game-winning 3 over. The same defense early in the season.
That's
Randle
what I was
hit a 3-point because if you remember, right, Jimmy Butler actually knocked the ball away from Randle, who recovered and put up a 3 over 2 defenders.
He recovered as he was moving into his shooting position and then went straight up. Yep, I remember that.
Yeah, so it's not like we didn't see it, right?
We didn't have the
personnel. We don't have the personnel.
But wasn't he in? Yeah, he was actually where Hart was when he rotated. and lost the ball in the rotation when he moved to the spot into the corner. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
It
He was where
here's
Hart was, and he
here's the thing.
rotated and lost it through Butler because Butler poked it, and then he got in a position and shot it. You're right.
I was gonna say here's my biggest gripe about it. If you're gonna put Randall at the 5, right? Then put 2 shooters in the corners. Like if you know that
Or
he's
you mean put one shooter in each corner?
put one
Okay.
shooter
All
in
right.
each
Yeah.
corner.
Yeah.
So because you know the Heat are not gonna try to let Brunson win, so they're gonna trap. One thing
Right.
Brunson can do is hit the guy that's the weak, the strong side pass. In terms of they're gonna like buckle down and try to trap him, right? That makes the next pass easier. But for him, his only outlet was Josh Hart. Like I would have trusted him, like DSJ said, I would have trusted him to hit RJ like that quick. Like if they step in and they jab in and try to reach in, Brunson can hit that pass for RJ in the corner. But when you have floor balancing that bad set up for hero ball, pivoting away from the hero ball setup is very difficult. Like it's very difficult to pivot away from it in live action in that scenario, which is why you should have just called timeout in the first place. You shouldn't have just let not as soon as matter of fact, as soon as Brunson, let me check. Did we even have a timeout? Let me make sure first. We had a timeout. As soon as Brunson got trapped, he should have called timeout. That's what he should have did.
Right.
As
Yep.
soon as he got trapped, he should have called timeout.
Right.
That's what he should have did. But he panicked.
Yep.
As soon as he got trapped, we had a timeout. You should have called timeout, and then we would have drew something up that wouldn't have that terrible floor spacing that started to play out. Because
Yep.
Yeah, but then
because
Dre,
because once you have that floor spacing, hold on, BT. Once you have that floor spacing, it's very difficult to make yourself available when you're essentially allowing the other team to just zone up
Yep.
and
but Dre, you
and
doing that?
not. Go ahead.
No,
Go
I'm
ahead,
sorry.
BT.
I was just gonna say you doing that, and you most likely Tibbs would have kept the same personnel. Now you're
Yep.
putting the inbound at
Instead of
risk.
playing Derrick
Exactly. Instead
Rose
of
and
making
Evan
it
Fournier.
exactly, that's what I'm saying. If he called the timeout and then brought in those players, then yeah, Dre, it would work. And then we could actually have players who could inbound the ball. But most likely Tibbs would have stayed with that team, tried to inbound it to Brunson, and Miami would have just picked it in the back with what's his name? What's
But
the
like
dude's name? What's no the dude you said that he just left hard open to help out with the trap. I forgot his name. Dang. You just
Strauss,
said his huh?
Struce.
Strauss,
Yeah.
Struce. They would have had
Strauss.
Struce come in
Whatever.
on the
Yeah.
opposite side. He would have been on the right side, waiting behind his man, hiding behind his man. And when we try to inbound the ball, he would have tried to peek out and knock it out. They would have did something like that, similar to what like what Trevor Ariza did in the playoffs. But he would have used his man as a blocker to hide in front of him, and then try to sneak out the pass, and then they would have knocked it back court, and we would have been stuck. So
Nah,
that's the risk.
nah. Timeout. Nope. No, 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 no. If we call timeout, our players would have not even been in a scenario to have poor floor balancing to begin with. Because when you have out of timeout plays, they always say watch the guy who inbounds the ball because
Yep.
everyone else is going to be moving. The spacing is not going to be nearly as cluttered initially, and there's just so many moving parts. And Tibbs has pretty solid out of timeout plays, to be absolutely honest. And we would have had he got double teamed with 10 seconds on the shot clock. That's an eternity for out of timeout play. We should have just called timeout and scrap that inbounded the ball and make something happen. Because if you have Brunson on the move out of the inbounds, it's way different than having him load up. They we This is how easy we made it for them. We had everybody on one side, so they just loaded up. That's all they did. They just loaded up. We made it entirely too easy
Yeah.
to
We
defend
ran
them.
a clear out. We ran a clear out for our best offensive player on that
Yeah,
side.
yeah.
And
And
so
they were like, okay, cool. The guy that you're bringing is not a guy that's we're gonna honor from the three. Teams usually, if they're gonna do that, they usually bring out a shooter. Like I was watching the Pelicans tonight. Brandon Ingram is on out. Brandon Ingram is out there, right? And he's dribbling at the wing, and they cleared out. They brought Trey Murphy over, and they had to honor it because the defense had to react. And as soon as they brought Trey Murphy over, it was an easy isolation attempt for him, and it was a clear out. But when you have a guy that's coming up to set a rub screen or what have you, and they don't respect him from three, in that moment they're gonna play the numbers game and then straight up ignore him from that far away from the rim. At that
And
point,
then we gave Josh Hart the bag. And I know y'all
I
love it, bro. I know.
hope AD not listening. Sorry.
And we went through that and then gave Josh Hart the bag.
Uh, what can you do? Well, besides give him the bag.
Admit that you like Hart.
No.
Josh Hart turned into a rebounding superstar against the Raptors now.
Yeah.
Man,
For like 3 minutes where he could just not stop scoring.
I'm just glad that Tibbs left him on the floor and he produced when he did. 17 points too. Like he did a lot. I like
About time. It's about
No,
time.
I'm just saying it takes time. Remember, he only played a half a season with us. Like I said, I'm not expecting him to give us 17 and 10. Nah. I'm just expecting him to be the key contributor when we need him to be. That's it. Like he like the magnifying glass on a Swiss Army knife. You only need him when a fighter to start. That's it.
That's it.
And that could be rebounding or scoring. That's the
Well,
only
you
time
paying
you need
$20
him.
million for that?
Look, this is the market,
Hey, look,
man.
I'm
Let's be
not.
real, Dre. Let's be
I
real.
like Josh
With
Hart,
the
but I'm not
money,
paying
the,
I'm not paying a guy
look,
whose
look, look,
best
look, look, look.
attribute
I'm
is
just
energy.
gonna say the market has changed over the years, and even though we don't agree with the payment, next year what we're paying Josh Hart might be actually mid or higher because if you look
He
at some of
makes
these
more
players,
next year.
look,
He makes
what
more
I'm
next year.
saying is this. No, this is what I'm saying. Like for example, Brown, he got 300 million. Tatum's gonna get like 400. So like what I'm saying is the money's moving up. And even though we're still paying our premium for what Josh Hart is doing, if he's doing his job, regardless of what we're paying him, we can't argue with that.
No, yes you can because allocating salary matters if you're trying to win a championship.
And you gotta be able to project future. Like you gotta play the futures market when it comes to guys like Josh Hart. And I
33-year-old
think
Josh Hart is not worth
y-
$20 million.
yeah, and
Sorry.
I think they played the futures game with Josh Hart, but they played it in the moment. Like their start point for playing futures
We paid
was
high for him.
shaky. And because what happened is in the moment that we paid Josh Hart, we were coming off a disappointing second round loss to a team that we felt like we should beat, and maybe Josh Hart is one of the pieces that'll get us over the hump. So next year we'll be Eastern Conference champs or something. And what they should have been thinking is Josh Hart is a piece, not integral, not primary, and not a bad piece. He's a piece.
Mm-hmm.
He's not the sixth man,
He's a
right?
condiment, man.
But he's a and so but we're paying him 6th man of the year money, right? And I felt like from day one when I saw Josh at the beginning of the season when Josh Hart was the first man off the bench, I was thinking, you think I'm trying to make this dude the 6th man of the year to validate what they paid that man? Or they were in discussions thinking he could be the 6th man of the year. Maybe that's why he stayed. Because he felt like if he wasn't going to be the starter, he could at least be the 6th man of the year and still get paid starter money.
But
They're trying to make him the sixth starter.
but this is the thing though. Okay, any organization you're with, they're gonna try to make any player play better than what they really are to get the true value of that said player. So if you're paying Josh Hart 18 million, like we see, and he
Now
actually
I'm with you. I'm with you. I think he might have said that confused my mind because
okay,
if the true value, if he already had a true value,
mm-hmm,
right, then we wouldn't even be having this conversation about how much money he getting paid. But
okay,
if we're talking
but
about anticipated value, I think
mm-hmm.
that's when you overpay because
No,
you
you're right.
anticipate that player living up to the amount of money he's been paid.
No, it's hard to do as any player because who really lives up to their contract? Very few players do. But with Hart,
Oh,
what I'm saying
That's why I'm
is
trying to figure out. So why did you say true value then?
no. What
it,
I'm trying to say is this: with Hart, maybe they saw his true value, and now that they're exploiting him the way they are in this season, now we're going to see why they're paying him that much. And my only thing is yeah, we're paying a high value, but if he's doing stuff that the
See, that's where
organization
you
needs.
lost me because you said true three
You can't
sentences
use the
ago,
word.
and then
You can't use the
Okay,
word value when guys come into the league making $1 million that do the same things Josh Hart does for
right,
good
18
point.
times that.
and
Okay, good
to
point.
the point that you were making, like I'm following when you say the word true value, I'm following that, and then when you make a left turn on Main Street and say actual value, then I'm lost, right? So all I want to do is just which one of you is it? Is it the Knicks are paying Josh Hart's true value, which his true value is role player, 9 points per game, 6 rebounds. That's his
You,
true.
Okay.
That's what he's always been.
I was gonna say,
Yeah, and what
Freezy,
I'm saying is they see the Knicks organization see that true value, but within the system they have for him, they think that his value can be what they're paying him, which is probably $6 million a year. Because I'm not saying, just hear me out. If he produces at the end of the season where he's giving off the bench 15 points, let's just say, and 10 rebounds,
You understand what true
that's
is?
he's never done that in his career.
Yeah,
no, no,
Like,
no,
yeah.
no,
That's a
no. I understand that, but listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying the
no. I'm not gonna listen.
organization,
No, I'm not gonna
no,
listen to
no, no.
Kyle.
The
But
organization knows
you
that his
keep saying
value,
true value. True means accurate,
yeah. And that's what but this is what I'm
and
saying.
then you go on in the next 2 sentences to say anticipating such and such stats.
Yeah, that's why I say I
So
think that that's
the
what,
whole true thing is not right.
okay.
Josh Hart has never averaged 15 points in his career,
All I'm
and
Right.
trying to
as
say is
even as a
this.
starter, he never did.
All I'm
So,
trying to say is this: the organization sees his true value, and within the system, they think that they could use his value more than what it is. So what they're doing right now is they're paying him based off of what they see. That's why I say they're probably paying him that much money. He is a
well,
role player.
if they're
He's a
seeing it,
cog,
they're
but
blind.
Yeah, man.
If
What
they're
are you
he.
see?
I'm a
if they're
PC?
seeing
What are
it,
you
they're
talking
blind.
about?
okay.
I think you phrasing it
Let him
wrong. I
finish out the
understand where you're
season.
trying to go,
Let him finish out the
but
season because if he
you
finishes out the
phrasing it
season,
wrong.
no, because if he finishes out the season and does great expectations, then we really have nothing to say because this is what I'm trying to say is this. The
If that's
organization
the
sees
case, then
Josh
the
Hart's
first part of what you
potential.
said is not true.
They see his true value, and they say
Oh my God, bro.
we can use this guy and exploit more
I ain't
from
drinking
him.
Colombian coffee no more, bro.
Hold on.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
No, that
give
can't
me.
be you can't say something is a fact and then say that fact can be better if such and such happens.
I'm
Then
a
that means the thing was not a fact in the first place.
Freezy. I'm gonna say this: Herb Jones is on a 4-year deal for $55 million
Okay.
right now. W- how can you justify Josh Hart's contract when you're looking
I
at
think you're saying something different than what BT is saying.
Hmm.
Like BT is trying to talk to me about Josh Hart's potential,
but
Yeah,
right?
Josh Hart is 29.
Th- that's why I'm saying. That's why I'm asking
that's why he
BT.
don't agree
Like
with me.
How are you going to talk about
his
Josh
best
Hart's
years are
true
behind
value
him.
and his value right now and his potential? Kinetic and potential are not the same thing.
Yeah. Okay.
We're
Like if
paying
you're
for
talking
what
about
he did
if you're
do.
talking about his potential, then okay. Even though I disagree with the Knicks move, I can understand it based off of what you said.
Like
Okay.
you're anticipating potential, right? And
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm telling you, the best of Josh Hart is already behind him. We're
You're
paying
right.
for what he did do, not what he's going to do.
Okay.
Like
Like,
I get where BT is going. Like maybe Josh Hart has not played in a system that takes advantage of his real
yes.
abilities. And
Thank you.
maybe he can have a breakout with the Knicks because he's playing with people that he's comfortable with playing. Right.
Thank you.
But you
That's
didn't say that.
that's what I was trying to say. Thank you.
You said they're basing it on his true value. And
You
his
know
true
what?
value is absolutely what Dre said he was. He a
You know
role
what?
player, bro.
But
No, no, no. Uncle
philosophically,
Freezie, that's exactly what I was trying to say. That's exactly what I was trying to say, but it came out wrong. Thank you for clearing that up. That's exactly what you just said is what my point was. Thank you.
But you said
philosophically,
true value though. So I get
hold
it.
on,
I get it. My
Freezy,
bad.
philosophically, what guy at age 30 has their breakout?
No, 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 no,
It
no.
was rare for Randall to even have his breakout at age 26.
But
2026.
all I'm trying to say is this. You look at a guy, this is his biggest contract. This is his moment to get a second chance to prove himself. Not very few people get that opportunity, let alone a big contract to go with it. So for me, this might actually be where he peaks for a season or so, and that's it. And then he falls back to being what he is. I'm just saying, I feel that we have to let it play out the season because the last 6 or 7 games, he stepped up a lot
Yeah.
defensively, offensively, rebounding. So if he does a whole season to where he's even mentioned as a sixth man, okay, he stepped up. But then I'm not
I,
expecting him to stay there. I'm not expecting him to stay there. I'm just
I,
saying he
I,
found a system to where, like Unc said, a system that he actually can hit his full potential. He's comfortable in. He gets more opportunities because he's been playing longer. The last game he played like a good 7 straight minutes. Tibbs had him in for 7 minutes. He rotated Vincenzo
he
quickly.
plays. I don't know if you're watching. He plays literally 16 to 18 minute stretches in a row
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm
without sitting.
saying.
That's not good.
I know, but what I'm saying is in the last 6 games, he has developed enough to where he's been effective and helpful. I'm not expecting him to be, you know, m- freaking the next Maxi or him to be on a quickly level or 6 man like that. But what I'm saying is I just feel that he's gonna get comfortable to where we're gonna see something very unique in him, even at his age of 29. Because remember, like I said, he's got a lot to work for. Big contract. He just got his kids. He's got a lot of motivation. He's playing really well. He's feeling good. I'm not saying he's gonna have a breakout season the way he's like a top 20 candidate. Nah, that's crazy. I'm
But you
just
said
saying.
6 man.
Yeah,
No,
man,
no, but that's still not top 20.
and the
Six
off
man
the
is not
court
top
stuff, bro.
20.
We not, bro. Or the off the court stuff, man.
He's not
These
even a
dude,
top 26 man. He's not
right,
even
No,
the
it's
best
not.
6 man on his team.
right,
No, it's
and
not.
then the off the court stuff too about the kids, bro. That's everybody, bro. I'm
True.
not about to give
Everybody
Josh
got
Hart
That
no
was a
virtual.
kids,
reach. That
bro.
was a reach. That
Yeah,
was a reach. That was
yeah.
a
I'm not
reach.
getting ready to give Josh Hart a virtual hug. None of that stuff,
Yeah,
bro.
that was a virtual.
Like, like,
I
like,
was waiting
like.
for the win.
Yeah. I'm not. Yeah, and no disrespect to the point because
Yeah.
I understand where you go because some players need a fresh start.
Yes.
Like Randall didn't break out. Dre, I think you're wrong about Randall breaking out at that age. I think Randall broke out at age 23, 20
Well, what do you
towards the
consider a
end of the
breakout? When he
towards the
got
Look
end
at
of
20?
his
AD.
hold on, hold on. Towards the end of his age 22 season, you saw Randall turn the corner, and then the age 23 year, he was really good. And then the age 24 year, he spent it in New Orleans, and he was really good. And on a team that had poor coaching, he was still thriving. And they was trying to coach him, he like, I know y'all whack. I'm out of here. The first chance I get, I'm out of here. And the first chance he got out of New Orleans because Alvin Gentry and that coaching staff was terrible. And y'all know it. Y'all know it. Everybody in New Orleans wanted to leave during that time, right? And then Randall comes here, and all he does is with an opportunity, all he does is built on what he was doing in that last year with Kobe, right? He's just building on everybody is not gonna like. I think sometimes we anticipate everybody to take off like a skyrocket, and all Randall was doing was just getting better every year. That's all he. The only thing that was missing is his shooting was terrible, right? That's the only thing, and at times now his shooting is terrible. But the other things, I think the other things I think are better with Randall. I just want to clarify that. My bad, BT.
Nah, I was just gonna say, look at AD when he was with the Pelicans. He was a great player at the power forward position, and then when he moved to center and went to LA, because he was able to shoot the long ball and the 3 pointers, he was able to not lose out on points. He stepped up in assists. He has stepped up in defense. I think he only lost out in like one rebound. That was it, like one less rebound. But the way he stepped up. I know it's a bubble year, but I still consider it a championship. He actually stepped up to where he was playing like an MVP at his age. And then now 2 years later, everyone's calling him a bust, but he's still giving up 20 and 10 and good defense at a position he's not supposed to be in, which is an improvement. You could even look at Cat. I don't like Cat like that, but this is his first year at full season at power forward, and he's playing out of this. He's shooting a three. He's letting Gobert. Him and Gobert's playing well. They did really good without Ant-Man the other night. Like some players just need either a fresh plan or a fresh start, and they actually show their true talent. It's better than what they've shown in the past, but it's not like no major leap. That's all I'm trying to say.
I think you're conflating talent to production,
Yeah,
and like
yeah.
there's
Okay.
you can say like Josh Hart can be effective for us, but there's still no reality where he lives up to the talent to payment, like to production part. He's not gonna hold up that end of the bargain, and that's not because he sucks. It's just because we paid for him at his peak, and if you're paying for someone at their peak, you're not gonna get optimal value. Value is literally
Unless they
about
can maintain it. If they can
yeah,
maintain it.
Okay.
yeah.
So
And if
But
they
what?
but
like
in
Brunson,
this case,
for
we don't
example,
feel like he can maintain it because he
I
doesn't have
okay.
a track record of it.
He don't have a track. That's a very good point. But I
That's what
just
Dre
want
had
to
been saying
ask.
for the last 40 minutes, bro.
No. Like I said, I just want to ask. So for what we're paying Hart, what should his numbers be then by the end of the year? Let's just get just so
Oh,
I have
that's
an idea.
interesting. I'm with you on this one, BT. Like BT. So BT, what do you think his number should be? I'm with you on this one.
To be honest, if you're paying him 18 million coming off the bench, I'm
Well, this year he's making 12.5 million.
12 and a half. Okay, well,
Yeah,
12 and a half million this year, he
yeah.
should be doing around 12 points, 10 rebounds.
nope.
I did that. That's just what I'm thinking at 12 million.
Well,
Like
he should, but he's
No,
not
and
doing
BT
that.
said that's what he should now. Yeah.
that's what he
But
should. I'm not saying he's doing it. That's why I say he
okay.
should be doing that. If we're paying him 12 million coming off the bench, yeah, about 12 to
So when
14
he makes
points, 10
18
rebounds.
million, what are you expecting then?
That's why I'm asking you guys because to be honest with you, for me,
He
We
newsflash,
asking
he's
you
not
that.
gonna.
that's Quickly's money. No,
But
what I'm
here,
saying is
here,
that's Quickly's money.
here's the thing: he's never gonna average more than 12 points during at any point in this contract, and he doesn't average a double double because if he did, he probably wouldn't be here.
And for the most part, and to be honest, guys that are 6'4", when they average double doubles, they usually average it in assists and points at 6'4".
Mm-hmm.
You rarely see a guy 6'4" average double digit rebounds. And I know Corey
Charles
Lee want to tell
Barkley,
me Charles
that's about it.
Barkley is not, bro. Y'all killing Charles Barkley is not 6'4", bro. Charles Barkley is 6'5". I'm telling y'all, bro. I seen it. I looked the dude in the eyes. Me and him were face to face. I know
Y'all both
6'5"
wearing
when I
Timberland
see it,
boots
bro.
on.
I just think that's the rumor, like to diminish, like if a guy is not a 14-time NBA champion, we
Yeah.
just diminish him.
But I'm gonna still say this: even at 6'5", he's like the ninth wonder of the world for what he did at 6'5". In that particular era where it was the era of the big man, the golden age of 7-footers.
Everybody was tall, bro. Think about how many 6'7" shooting guards are in the league now compared to the Barkley era. Like how many dudes right now in the NBA starting are 6'7"? How many Reggie Millers and
Isn't that the average?
Jim Jacksons and Clyde Drexlers on the NBA right now?
Well, here's the thing, Freezie. I think the average they're way more smaller guards back then, but like uniform wise, like the average NBA player, there's more guys in that 6'5", 6'6", 6'7" range.
Yeah, the NBA
than
is taller than it's ever been right now, right? It's
Yeah.
taller. It's taller than it's ever
But
been.
for
I
the
think.
big man, but for who he was playing against on a night in and night out basis, he was going against 6'10" power forwards and 7'1" centers,
Yeah,
and he was dominating them as a 6'5" power forward.
yeah, yeah.
So like
He's
as
a
a
freak.
whole,
He's a freak of nature, though. He's an anomaly and not the standard.
But y'all
exactly.
forget also that he has some muscle on him, man. That boy can
Yeah,
move.
but Josh
like,
Hart is not him.
yeah, exactly. Like he had handle skills, he had body post move. Like that's not Josh Hart at all. Like
Right.
Josh Hart is like
Josh
a
Hart
piece of
is John
spaghetti next
Stark
to him.
size.
Nah, Josh Hart is like spaghetti next to Charles Barkley.
Yeah,
Like what he
Josh Hart
did, because there's
is
another
not
thing
that
too.
big of a guard.
Josh Hart
Right?
don't rebound the way that Barkley did.
Josh
Barkley
Hart
would
is
actually get down
Chauncey
low.
Billups size.
Exactly. Like he would get down low, box out. Hart would get the rebounds off of a long ball or maybe a tip off that someone is, or he waits for them to come down and then he snatches out their hands. Or he tries to
And
oh so
and
yeah.
and BT, just real quick, and this is what the Knicks list him at 6'4", right? You don't know how tall he is without shoes on,
It's
right?
probably 6'3" and a
The
half.
Iverson effect.
Yeah, yeah.
Like they said Iverson was 6'2". I was like, what? That
No,
dude
Allen
Hey,
is
Iverson
and
ain't
6 foot.
$6'2".
Freezy, I'll let you get to your super chat, man.
That man, Iverson is 5'10". I seen that dude
Yeah.
face to face because he was
He like
like,
5'11".
that man called me out. Allen Iverson, no lie, he called me out. Hey, big man, why you just standing there? And I'm like, what the fuck? Who you talking to? And they're like, oh, my bad. We thought you was security, but man, I got a security shirt on. No lie, bro. No lie. No lie. I hand to the man, Atlanta, Georgia. This man is big man. Why you just standing there? But anyway, hey, Ron,
Yo,
thank you for
that's
the generous
hilarious.
contribution. Ron says Josh Hart scored 45 points in 2022. Am I missing something? With the Knicks, maybe they stunt his potential. That's a great question.
Man, I saw Derek Smiles drop 47. So
Brandon Jennings scored 51.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, like there's guys across history of the NBA that just have a
Dana
hot night.
Barrow scored 50.
And then again, look at the minutes and the usage when he scored his 40 plus.
I
Like,
think that's the Portland game when they had
yeah,
everybody out. I think
yeah,
that's the Portland game where everybody was out, and
yeah. And they had to
that
use it.
man, it was
So,
like, Josh, you just got to carry us scoring for a while, and he didn't like
yeah,
it.
Mo
yeah.
Williams dropped 50.
Yeah, yeah,
Tony Delk dropped 50 for you.
yeah. I
Yo,
like
why you
Tony
Corey
gotta
Delk,
say
man.
Brewer,
like
Like,
that?
Corey
Why you
Brewer
gotta
is literally the Josh Hart type, and he dropped 50.
except he's the prototype Josh Hart type.
Yeah, he's 6'8",
Corey,
6'7".
yeah.
So like,
Yeah.
so
He's like
I'm,
he's
So
I'm, not,
taller.
I'm not like a guy playing several hundred games in the NBA. They might have one of those nights. Josh
like
Hart's
Quinn
gonna.
Grimes scoring 33 one night.
I mean, he dropped 30 a couple times, like 10
That
times.
he's so random, bro.
It's like once a season type random.
I bet he has more 30-point games than Josh Hart.
I bet you can beat him one-on-one.
Who, Grimes?
Grimes, oh,
Yep.
man. Grimes gonna lock me up.
Damn, you really like that
No, he
that
doesn't.
ham sandwich.
Freezy. Grimes might miss a lot of shots, but I'm making no shots.
Yeah, that defense. He gonna lock you up.
I bet you Keith Turner beat Grimes one-on-one right now for a pack of cigarettes. For a pack of Newports, bro. No
Nah.
lie.
I don't think he's gonna have
Keith
a
Turner
wait,
will
hold
beat
on.
him with a Newport in his mouth.
I
In
was gonna
his
say that. I
mouth,
was like,
bro.
the cigarettes he's
Lit.
playing for, he's smoking them. He's smoking the cigarettes as he's playing. He's like, yo, just play for points. Every time I score, you give me a cigarette.
Yeah. Prison, yeah.
That's prison rules,
Yard
bro.
ball. Yeah, we playing for a pack.
Exactly.
Yeah, we playing for a short. You
He's
know what
like,
I'm saying?
yep.
Yard ball,
Yeah,
man.
that's crazy. But nah, I just like I said, if Hart plays, he's getting paid 13 mil, let's say. If he plays well, we can't say nothing about that contract next year, the 18 mil. Yeah, I agree with you. We overpaid. But this year, if he's getting paid 12.8 or 12 whatever it was, and he
It's more
actually
about the commitment to him
yeah.
than
But here's the thing though, even though we're paying him that and he produces in the playoffs, or if he produces in key wins to help us win, it may not be on the stat sheet that yeah, he's actually averaging 12 points or 14 points, but his defense and whatever else he's doing at that time to help us win, his plus and minus, can we say that that's actually a good contract still or no?
this is my gripe. Josh Hart is there's nothing wrong with Josh Hart per se. It's just if I were to allocate my money to try to build out a team that's gonna win, I'm trying to draft a guy that does Josh Hart things for a fraction of the cost and then fill out whatever other holes that we have on our roster with the 18 million that Josh Hart is making.
Okay.
That it like when we're talking about like teams that win championships, their money allocation has to be even more on point in this era of the NBA when there's aprons and just overpaying for someone that may not be the key that takes you over the top that can hurt you in the long run. Like I'm gonna keep it real with you. We may have to give up assets to get rid of Josh Hart by like
No, we not
this
getting rid
six.
of Josh Hart, bro. He here to stay.
Oh God, man, don't say
Josh Hart legit is here to stay,
that.
bro.
I see what you're saying, Jay. We could have played two players, one 8 million, like a Herb Jones type, or somebody like that, and then another contract for
And
10
then
We
million.
could have
someone
gave
we
that money to Bruce
drafted,
Brown.
Yeah,
or
or
somebody
just
we
giving that
drafted.
money to quickly earlier in the season to lock them down in the contract. I see
And
what you're saying.
to make you laugh, bro, we could have paid Dylan Brooks.
Who did we
Oof.
get? Who did we give up for Josh Hart? Like, in that, who was that draft pick that we gave
Chris
up?
Murray
Chris
to
Murray.
Portland.
And that's probably the prototypical guy that we need.
That a young guy, fitting the timetable,
Makes no money.
3/4, plays good defense. They don't even play him though, so he might be trash.
He might not be ready yet. That's all.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't as further along as his brother was, but he's
Yeah.
shown signs.
And Portland has a dude in his spot.
I mean, they have a lot of wings though.
They have Jerry and Grant.
Jeremy.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Jeremy.
We had the bum brother. We had the bum.
Oh yeah, that's right. Shit. Don't we always get the bum brother? Didn't we have Justin Holiday instead of Drew Holiday?
I mean, we had Chris Smith and J.R. Smith.
Bro, we also had Chris Smith, right? One time.
And J.R. Smith at the same time.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
The Knicks
The good old days.
The Knicks could have gave me $1 million and got the same production. I don't understand.
Out of Chris Smith? Yeah.
They could have gave me $1 million, man. I would have been clapping real well on the bench.
Oh, real well.
Everybody dap.
And my pregame outfit would have been stellar.
Fire.
you
out
His
here
warm-up
making
suit look different than everybody else, all black.
Be out here making Walt blush.
Right. I'd have been Balenciaga everything.
In
a Louis belt. And I know it don't match.
Got a crisscross.
Wait, hold on.
Crisscross the
You
design.
in your warm-ups with a Louis belt?
With a Louis belt.
match?
I'm in a layup line with a Louis belt on, bro.
But wait, hold on. You got the watch too to match with the belt? So that way you could coordinate?
Yeah.
You got the matching Louis Vuitton belt with the watch. That's dope.
So let me change subjects real quick. I want to change subjects real quick. To ask you guys, how do y'all feel about tonight's game against Milwaukee?
Oof.
I'm confident.
Me too.
Relatively confident.
Why you don't do that, Unc? Don't do that.
Y'all ain't no man.
You giving me the heebie-jeebies, bro.
Ain't no room on the bandwagon now, bro. I legit just got the upholstery in here redone, bro. I ain't taking visitors.
As long as Josh Hart plays less than 20 minutes, you got a shot.
Oh, here
Bro,
we go.
all I'm saying is I've been on I want Milwaukee Bucks in a high leverage game for years now, or at least for this year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Adam was like, Uncle Freezie, I think you crazy. Yeah, maybe. Probably. But I've been wanting Boston and Milwaukee in a high leverage game for months, bro.
You're going to get one of them.
Because the other one in a high leverage game does what they do.
I saw a tweet that said Randall is 48 minutes from seeing Obi Toppin. So I fully expect Randall to have a good game.
Wow.
I think, bro, if we beat Milwaukee,
we feel like we won the championship.
I'm
That's
telling
how we
you,
gonna
bro.
act.
And then it's gonna be in Las Vegas too, right? The game is in Las Vegas.
Yeah, the next if you win, you go to Las Vegas.
Yeah, the semifinals is in Las Vegas and the finals is Saturday.
Freezie, if we win, I don't want to know the sorts of things Randall would do to Obi Toppin on national TV.
No, because
No.
because it'll be illegal in 47 states, bro.
Well, not in Nevada.
Well, not in Nevada, yeah, and not in Utah, right?
We gotta beat Milwaukee first, guys. Come on.
No, understood.
I'm just
One game
saying,
at a
like,
time.
we got plenty of time for that because I feel like Obi gonna get his just deserved because that's another good game too.
I think that man is a paper champion. He a paper tiger, bro.
I don't
Well,
understand how Obi Toppin is so athletic, but he only gets 2 rebounds a game.
he's out of position, Dre. Look at where he is
No,
half of
no,
the
no, no,
time.
no, no. There's there's no logical reason for someone to be 6'9" and can jump out the gym and get like 2 boards in 20 something
And
minutes.
220.
He's
And
not.
strong. Because he's functional strength, but not overall strong.
I don't.
Like Randall is overall strong. Like Randall has got grip strength. Like Obi has got grip strength, right? But he doesn't generate power, right? Like Randall going to the paint and you can dive and crash into Randall, and Randall might feel it, he might not. You
Mm-hmm.
dive into Obi, it's a 10-car pileup, right? It is what it is because their bodies are they two different people, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yet Milwaukee tonight, bro, I had this game circled for so long, and everybody healthy, See, Milwaukee don't have an excuse, right? Because they got everybody healthy, and we got everybody healthy.
I was gonna say I got a game plan that might work, but y'all just gonna call me crazy as normal.
And man, we
But
always call you crazy, but I mean,
I know
I
but you
mean,
it's
are, man though.
if you're a
But you
Knicks
are
fan,
mans though, so
got
it's
to
not
be.
like
If you're a
okay. That's
Knicks,
why I'm all right with it.
if
That's
you're
what
a
I'm
Knicks
saying.
fan, you a little bit crazy. If you're a Knicks
We
yeah,
fan.
all of
as
us,
long as
yeah.
all of us love our craziness, but this is the crazy take I got, and I've been thinking about this. We got to use McBride tonight on defense with Dame. And we need Randall to post up and get fouls on Giannis like mad early. Try to get Giannis in like 2, 3 fouls in the first half. That way we get him out. And then just let Randall go to town on Brook Lopez, let Mitchell get involved, and use McBride like let's say middle of the first to get Dame out of his comfort zone. That full court press. I know it's crazy, but you use McBride. If he gets into foul trouble, cool. We still got other guys, but use McBride to try to slow down Dame. Not saying he's gonna stop Dame. I hate when people say that. I'm just saying slow him down, give him the pressure, because later in that fourth quarter, he's gonna be tired.
Hmm.
That's why I say it's a crazy take, but that's what I would do. I'd use McBride, be like, yo,
I don't.
pressure him. Don't let him get out of your sight. Because you could use him and he could gain the experience and that pressure, he could learn. And it won't really hurt the team, really, except for if he gets into foul trouble.
Well, that would legitimately that would be essentially playing him whatever minutes that um Brunson isn't playing. And to be absolutely honest, Brunson's gonna play 42 minutes tomorrow, probably.
Yep.
No,
So,
I'm just saying rotate him in. I'm saying rotate him in like two
but
minutes.
I'm saying the amount of time that you put him in there it likely won't even coincide with Dame being on the court. To be absolutely honest,
I understand that, but this is what I'm
and
saying. When
you don't
Dame's
play
on the
them both
court,
together. You don't
I
put them
know
both.
but what I'm saying is when Dame's on the court, take Brunson off for a bit, let him run with McBride for like 2, 3 minutes. I'm not saying the whole game or anything, or like
They
I'm
never
expecting
Tibbs
McBride to get
has
7.
Tibbs ever played him with McBride ever?
Nah,
So yeah, I'm
nah.
not.
But this is why I say it's a crazy take. I'm just saying because I think McBride's defense can really be tested with a guy like Dame, and if he could
I'm
slow down Dame for
I'm
2 minutes.
I'm not throwing away that take at all. But here's my thing: as good as McBride is on offense, he does. I mean, on defense, he offers you nothing on offense. And unfortunately, against this Bucks team, it they try to make everything a track meet offensively.
Yeah,
So it
Right.
so even if you bring in Dame for McBride, Dame still knows how to play make and get other guys opportunities, even against an elite defender.
yeah.
So it's not like one of those things where Dame is a one trick pony where he's just looking to score. Dame will get 30 points and give you 13 assists
Yep.
while,
But
while
not
you're not
against us
looking.
though.
Well,
Yeah.
Not
I
against
just don't
not
want
against us.
Dame. I just don't want Dame to, Dame always doing his damn Dame time and
So
stuff,
so is
pulling
that
up from the
y'all
logo.
key to victory? Is that y'all key to
Nah.
victory? Is what y'all
I,
saying?
I think personally the key to victory is figuring out a way to contain their stretch bigs. Like Dame and Giannis are gonna get theirs. That's just normal.
Right.
But the issue is I don't need Bobby Portis to get 15. I don't need Brook Lopez to get
Lopez.
16,
Be
17.
5 of 9 from 3.
Yeah,
You know,
I don't need them to get 16, 17 points. Because that's when they become more dangerous because Chris Middleton isn't all the way back. He's showing signs of life, but he's looking washed too. Freezy. So
right?
it's one of those things where it's
Dre,
like
I've been telling you that, and you won't believe, bro. I'm telling you, Dre. I promise you, I know a little something about the game. I've been telling you, Chris Middleton was washed for a long time.
but them surgeries.
Yeah, Cowboy Bob. I know a little bit something, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Like to me, the key to victory tonight, right?
Mm-hmm.
Get a big lead early and make Milwaukee chase you as opposed to you chasing Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Right. That's the key to victory. If the Knicks can get Randall, Hart, and Robinson, would say in that 10 rebound area, if we out rebound, if we keep Milwaukee off the boards, which is hard, it's not an easy thing to do. Right. I'm not saying that it's easy, right? But if we out rebound Milwaukee and force them to create offensive looks in the half court against our set defense, I think we win in a run. I think we win by 18, 19. Right. But if we get in foul trouble, if Randall gets in foul trouble early or if Mitch gets in foul trouble early, I think they're going to blow us out the gym.
I
Right.
agree.
Because of our lack of depth at key positions, because we're deep. We're just not deep in key positions. Right. Because nobody wants to see Hartenstein guarding Giannis. Nobody.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And nobody wants to see Damian Lillard with a 7-point lead down the stretch of a game, having to shut him down because he's a closer,
Mm-hmm.
right? Even if he gets off to a bad start at the end of games, it's something just kicks in, right? So ultimately, and the reason why I say that, BT, is this,
Mm-hmm.
and hear me out on it. On November 24th, I watched parts of this game. Milwaukee struggled to close out the Wizards. They won 131-128, right? I watched parts of that game, right?
Mm-hmm.
I also watched parts of the Portland versus Bucks game where the Bucks won 108-102, right? The
Mm-hmm.
game that they beat Miami 131-124, and I feel like that was I feel like we had a game on the same night, so I couldn't watch it.
Mm-hmm.
But they beat Miami in a close game. Right? The next game, they lost to the Chicago Bulls in overtime
Mm-hmm.
without Zach LaVine.
Yep.
Right? And then they beat Atlanta, and Atlanta is trash, but don't know it. Atlanta is Dre, what's the Atlanta is recyclables, right? They
Mediocre.
trash, but they high-end trash. Right? And so if they come in with that approach, like the Knicks are just gonna lay down, like they did against the Wizards and the Bulls and all that stuff, we're gonna blow them out the gym, bro.
I just got
Tonight
it.
is a statement game,
Yep.
right? And tonight, I think the Knicks can prove the world that somebody is a paper tiger. It might be New York and it may be Milwaukee, but somebody is gonna get somebody. The curtain's gonna pull back on one sham team, right? And personally, I think it's Milwaukee because Giannis can only do so much with that roster. They need a third player desperately, but they can't get it because Chris Middleton is making $40 million.
Mm-hmm. That's why I say get Giannis out of there early, man. Because I will never let this down. The day I saw Charlotte get Giannis on 7 points and he fouled out the game in I think the second or third quarter.
He didn't foul out. He got ejected.
No, I thought
Yeah.
he fouled out. He had,
No,
yeah,
he
you're
got
right. He had 5. Yeah,
ejected.
he had 5 fouls. You're right. He got ejected. You're right.
He didn't
My
have
fault.
5 fouls. He got ejected because he
What
dunked
game
on
is that?
someone.
Yeah, talking about.
He
He
was playing
dunked.
Charlotte last year. They left him on 7. I think it was.
Oh, you talking about last year? Oh, this
Yeah,
year he
yeah,
got
last
ejected
year.
again.
No, last year.
I
He
mean,
scored 7
playing.
points against Charlotte last year. I think it was the last time they played before they ran to the playoffs. Yeah, he had like 7 points against Charlotte last year, and he got into foul trouble. That's why I was like, "What? This is Giannis? Giannis got shut down by Charlotte,
Players
and they
getting
didn't
into
have
foul
Brad
trouble when they
Miller.
have bad
They
games.
didn't have Brad Miller, and I don't think Ball was playing either because he was still injured. So, for me, when I saw that, I said that's the best way to stop the Bucks. If we could get him into foul trouble on like Randall getting down in the post and he getting their heavy contact." Get him 2, 3 fouls. Get him. I'm sorry. That's the only way you can stop guys like him, Joker, all of them. You get them guys in the foul trouble, attack them on the offensive end, get them out the game in foul trouble, and then
And
now
I'll say
you
it's
got
not
it.
wise to attack a defensive player of the year.
Oh,
That's
I know,
not.
I know. I'm crazy. I'm just saying, Randall need. If you want to make a statement, that like look at Nurkic versus Joker. Everyone was talking about that game. Yo, Nurkic was going at Joker like even though they still lost, he was going at him the way it showed a lot of weaknesses. That's all I'm asking him to do. I'm not expecting him to stop Giannis. Hell no. I'm trying to say
You saying be
out
kamikaze?
yeah, like outsmart him. That's all I'm trying to say. Just outsmart him by getting him into foul trouble, being aggressive, letting him, try to wear him down, do something. Because if you go up against him skill for skill, game for game, you ain't winning.
If you overthink it, you if you overthink it, you put yourself at a disadvantage, and then you're
Yeah,
getting there. Then you're getting their role players off. And my
yeah,
person my mentality is when you're talking about superstars and megastars, they gonna get theirs regardless.
Yep.
It's about mitigating what they can do to make their teammates better. Because Giannis dominating is cool, fine. But when Giannis is getting his 28 and then he's passing it out to Brook Lopez and he's in 4 or 5 threes in the game, or Bobby Portis is hitting 3 or 4 threes and getting 8, 9 rebounds, that's an issue.
Okay, so what about this? What about the Bucks being 16th in the NBA, giving up 3-pointers, and the Knicks being 11? There's nothing to that. You don't think the Knicks will shoot their eyes out from 3?
no.
Whoa, hold on. The Knicks are actually, I think, a top 10-ish team in 3-point percentage right now, somewhere hovering around there. And
I
the
thought we
Bucks
were at
are
11.
7.
seven.
Oh,
So
1,
so
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, they're
oh,
tied
so
with
we moved
Philadelphia.
up.
the
They're
Bucks
tied with
have
Philadelphia.
the Bucks have poor perimeter defense.
Right,
It is what it is at this point. Chris Middleton
right,
can't guard anybody on the perimeter.
right.
They're trying
But
to
that,
rely on drop coverage to cover up a lot of their shortcomings. But Brook Lopez is a little bit older, and
Yeah,
Dame for his offensive load, he's not going to be able to be this type of defender every single play.
right.
So they're relying on who's their two guard again? Slipped my mind.
Bro, I
Malik
know who he
Malik
is, but
Malik Malik
I ain't even gonna tell you because if you don't know who he is and think the
Malik.
Bucks can beat us, bro, then I don't know what to think.
Uh, It's Malik.
Malik Beasley, right? You're right.
But Freezie. There's Buck fans that couldn't tell you who Grimes is. So
but
I
y'all,
can't tell you who Grimes is.
I hate to say this, but
I'm saying there's Milwaukee fans
I
Right.
hate to say
that are
this,
covering
but
this game just like us that are like, don't let the other guys, like, what's his name? Quentin? What's his name? They're probably
mm-mm.
thinking like, if you can't name their two guard, then they can't beat us, bro. That's exactly how they're thinking.
Right.
I was gonna say, don't let the
And
green grass fool you. Don't let the
yeah,
green grass fool you. Now we gotta hit those 3-pointers because
if Grimes don't
even
come
if we
out and be
taking the
aggressive, bro.
shots, no, I'm saying if we taking them shots, they're gonna out rebound us because they got a better rebounding
They're
team than
gonna
we
they're
do.
gonna put Dame on Grimes, and Grimes is gonna put up 3 shots. Okay.
Maybe if we lucky,
Yeah.
like that Maxwell song, if we fortunate.
I mean,
Salute
if
to
we're
them.
knocking down opportunities, then yeah, I think we got a chance. But that's the thing, because they're gonna probably most likely, based off of that, what you just said, they're
We're
probably
gonna
gonna
have
not play.
opportunities from three. We're gonna
Yeah,
have a lot of opportunities
Yeah.
from three.
yeah. But
Ultimately,
we
it's
have
gonna
to
be
hit them
making
though,
shots.
because
Yeah,
I
making
don't
shots.
want Randall to be going like 1 for 9 or something like that and think that is cool. Nah, we got to be like as a team hitting like 4 for 7 each quarter type stuff. Like
That is
we got to.
high. That is a very
I
high.
know, I know. I told you I have high hopes. I said per
So
quarter. It could be
you expect to shoot.
1 quarter we could hit. Look, DiVincenzo went 7 for 9.
So
I'm
you
just
expecting
saying
us to
for
shoot
us to get our
57?
lead.
So you got to shoot 57 as a team from three. Damn near 60%. That's high, bro. If
I
we just
know.
if we shoot 35%, we should be in position to win. If we shoot
Nah,
40, then we're
40.
definitely
Yeah,
in pole
40. I
position.
could. Yeah, 42% as a team. Yeah, that's the expectancy.
That's well above.
42%.
That's well
No,
above feasibility.
exactly. But
That's
we've done it before. We've actually shot 47%.
and we've had multiple games where we just didn't have it from three.
Yeah, but then all I'm trying to say is majority of our good games of us shooting three, we shot over 40% as a team from three. So for us to do it, you're right. We have to hit the shots and we have to keep the ball moving. But that it's not just opportunities. What I'm worried about is the offensive rebounds. Are we gonna get back to that to where Mitchell is starting to pick that up? Because we're gonna need him given the opportunities we have with the three ball.
And what do you mean get back to
B,
that? We
B,
never
B,
stopped that.
yeah,
No,
and
no, 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 no.
to
I'm talking
BT's
about
point,
him.
BT is. I think BT is right because right now the Toronto Raptors and the Milwaukee Bucks are tied with at 3-point efficiency against, like 3-point field goal percentage against. They're
Mhm.
tied at 36.5. And the other night we played the Raptors, and the Knicks were 16 of 36 for 44.4%.
See?
So there is something to it, and they defend the same way, right? They defend the same way with long athletic defenders closing out on threes. So
Well, well, the hold on the Raptors switch way more to try to warn people off the 3-point line. The Bucks tried a switching defense at the beginning of the year, then they went right back to their drop. So, like in theory, yes, they have long defenders, right?
right,
But the way they go about defending the perimeter is not the same as the Raptors. The Raptors will try to switch as much as possible outside of
okay,
Pirtle. The Bucks will have the Bucks will have the Bucks will have Brooke Lopez in a drop the entire game. He will not
Mhm.
switch. They're not doing, especially if they have a center that doesn't really shoot the three, like we
threaten.
have in Mitch,
He's
or is
only
it
switching
Brett?
when Brunson's driving. Yeah.
If he's a non-threat, he's just gonna be in the drop the entire game. So this is why I was like, Brunson is gonna kill them from the mid range, like he did last game.
I don't know if I agree with that, bro.
What do you mean?
Because Toronto, in theory, what you're saying, Toronto would be different, but they allow less 3-pointers a game than us, and we still shot over their season average from three.
You know why they allow less? Because they switch everything, so you're not getting the shot off as often. You're
But
not.
you missed me on that. I don't
Which
care how they defend it. What I'm saying is the Knicks played them, regardless how they defend. The Knicks played that style of defense and shot more threes than they're used to giving up, and hit it at a higher clip than what the Knicks are used to shooting it from. They shoot
because the
at
Knicks are good.
38%, and they
Because the Knicks
shot
are
44% against Toronto.
they don't play the Knicks every night. So
No, but I know
that's
that.
that. So
But that's not. I'm
we're
not
good.
saying they have a bad defense. What I'm saying
We're
is
good. That's what you're saying.
even with their style of play, the Knicks came in and did what they wanted to do against Toronto's style of play, and I think the same thing is going to happen for Milwaukee. The Knicks are going to
Let
impose
me
their
check.
will
Check what
against
we
them.
did last game. I'm gonna check
Yeah,
what we did last game
yeah.
against them because I know Brunson went off.
You talking about the Knicks in Milwaukee? Then we have people hurt.
Yeah.
RJ was
RJ
hurt.
didn't play.
Yeah,
I think
we
RJ
had
and
people
Grimes
out,
didn't play.
and that was a close game. That was a close game until Dame hit that shot late.
And
You know
caused
what
the
I'm saying?
turnover. Remember the turnover that they
Eh,
had?
eh, Oh my
We
God.
should have.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dame.
Yeah,
I
we were.
think
Oh
Dame
yeah,
got a charge.
we
I
were
think
out there
Dame did
playing.
something defense. Oh, that's what it was. Dame got the block. Dame got the block from behind the back, and then he came down and scored. That's what it was.
We
And then
shot
he hit the three.
25% from three from the
Yeah,
Right.
and
early
then
in the last
he
game,
hit the one
Right.
three. He hit the 1-3 at the fourth
and
quarter.
they
They get up
and
by
they
5.
and they shot 50% from three.
Right. Right.
Yeah,
That
Yeah.
and we lost by 5 because we
Right.
but
shot
see,
25%.
that's even a high clip. 50% from three. Like I'm
We
not
out
expecting.
we out rebounded them by 15,
I'm sorry if they're shooting
and we
fifty
had
percent from three.
four
There's
less
nothing you can do
turnovers.
about that. That's there's nothing you can do about that.
Well, there are things you can do about it, but we're not gonna change our defensive game plan. Like Brook Lopez was open a lot that game for three, and it's
Yeah.
usually the case when we play them. Unfortunately,
Yeah,
sometimes
Right.
it'll come down to if Brook Lopez gets 20 or not.
yeah. The Porzingis effect where Brook Lopez draws out Mitchell to it in the 3-point range, and he takes advantage of that, and he has more looks at the three. That's what I'm scared of because now even if he misses, Giannis has a better position over Randall with the rebounding because Mitchell's gonna have to run out and try to defend it at some point.
I'm
So,
I'm I'm thinking
Yeah.
we might see some Mitch on Giannis
Yeah.
and
I
Randall.
think I think we're gonna see a lot of that. And
oh,
Well,
but at the same time, we also lost that game because going up to that game, both Randall and Brunson were trying to find their way.
yeah,
Right.
because they were
Brunson
arguing that
had
game.
that was game 6 for us, and I think Brunson had 3 good games, 3 bad games. And when I say bad, I mean bad.
bad for him.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So
Hmm.
I think there's a 6 for 18 game in there, and like a 5
Yeah,
for no, there's a 6 for 21, a 4 for 14, 8 for 23, and even the game after that against the Clippers, he was 2 for 12.
yeah,
So he didn't find his way, but
Quentin Grimes did play in that game, the Bucks game, the last time, and
yeah. My fault.
he dropped 17 in that game. By the way,
Yeah, that was when he was hitting them wide open threes.
that
oh
was his
wow,
last. That was his last good game. He had 17.
Yeah, he hit that open three for us to go up by 1 at the half. Yeah, the
yeah.
good old
17,
days of
4, and 2.
Grimes. Yeah, Grimes plays well and we still lose.
Randall was
That's
5 for
sad.
20 in that game, 1 for 9 from 3.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Oh,
Mitch didn't score.
at
Hmm.
all.
Yeah,
See?
But rebounds kept us in that game
yeah,
a lot because otherwise, if a team shoots damn near 51% and you're down the stretch about to win,
right. Yeah.
the rebounding aspect is gonna still be a thing. Like
So where are
regardless.
you at with it? Are you calling this game even?
Because it's on the road, I can say it's not. It's yeah. If we played, I'll put it this way, please. If we played in Vegas against them, I'd take us. But I think home court does matter a bit
You
for
just taking the
revenue.
Oh,
And
odds. You trying to take
welcome
the
to the Bucks at
odds.
Night podcast, everybody.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Bucks at Night podcast.
Jay said the only reason why he taking the Knicks is because he could have a bigger win. That's all he said. He ain't even believing
I'm
that.
I'm confident. I'm confident in the Knicks tonight. I don't anticipate us shooting 25% from three, and
No,
I
I
don't
don't think
anticipate
so.
them shooting 50% from three.
No,
Why do you got to
no.
bring this up? You're putting it out there. You got to be like,
I
Knicks need to
do.
shoot
I think we're gonna
42
have
plus
a.
percent from three.
I
Knicks need to out rebound by 15. No
I
second opportunities.
I think we're gonna out rebound them, but not by as much as we did the last game. I think they're gonna put more of a focus on the glass, at least in my mind. Because when they decide to actually rebound, they're not terrible at it.
Yeah.
Um, it's just that we're very elite at that particular part of the game. They're not gonna force us into very many turnovers because their perimeter defense just isn't like that. They run a lot of drop coverage, so they're gonna concede mid-range jumpers, and unfortunately for them, we have a couple guys that hit mid-range jumpers. So I think we're gonna have pretty efficient basketball regardless of what happens. So I'm pretty confident we can go in there and win. Now, if we're talking about refs and all these other things that are factors, then that could
Right.
happen.
Right.
You
But
think RJ's
I
gonna
think I
have a
think
good
we
game?
think we need to stay out of foul trouble. I,
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 I need RJ
it's
to
it's
have.
it's hard for me to know because they run a ton of drop coverage, and Brook Lopez is still a very good defender at the rim. So if RJ's having a good game from RJ is 6 assists or more to me. Points are irrelevant in this game. A
Okay.
good game from RJ is 6 assists or more because they're going to be in drop a lot. So if he's going to be attacking Brook Lopez, it's probably going to be a bad shot that he's forcing up a lot of the time. And it can set up Mitch for the finish, right? Because he's the last line of defense. But a good game for RJ to me is 15 points and like 6 or 7 assists.
A good
Because
game
that
for me for RJ
because
is
that means
9
they're shooting the
shots
three.
and elite defense on Damian Lillard.
Mm.
You
That
think he could check him?
to me, that's what. Yes, right now. Oh yeah, oh
Remember,
yeah,
he's a top 5 defender. When
yeah.
he's a top 5 defender in the league. Seriously, we looked
And,
at the numbers. He's
But
top 5.
there's he. I say this: RJ's strength is guarding other wings right now. I'm not sure I would want RJ navigating screens 30 feet away from the rim
I think
right
that's
now.
exactly what I want. That's what I want.
Oh.
Right, and because the thing is, are we afraid of Damian Lillard putting it on the floor?
We shouldn't
I'm
be.
not scared of Damian Lillard. Put it on the floor all night, man. Dribble around, dribble. If that's what you got, if that's y'all game plan, if
I'm
y'all game
afraid of
plan
him.
is
I'm afraid of him gets catch. Remember that one shot he hit. I'm afraid of him coming off of pin downs and curls and big screen set by Giannis and Brook hitting threes more than him coming downhill. And to me, I would rather have someone that can fight over a screen more efficiently.
quickly.
Quickly, Dante.
Please don't say Grimes because I already looked up his advanced analytics and no, we're not talking about Grimes navigating screens, bro.
Uh,
Because somebody because
He
what it
don't.
is, and
He
I'm not blaming
trails.
Dre, but I'm saying in general, like we'll have like the imagination station conversations where it's like, but Grimes is an elite screen navigator. Look at such and such numbers, and then when you look at the numbers, he trash. He terrible, bro. He terrible, and you don't even have to look at the numbers. Just look at the times that he guarded Eric Gordon and Dennis Schroeder.
nobody guarded Eric Gordon at all. On
Mm-hmm. Wow, he was
nobody.
so
You
open for them
he
threes.
had
Going 3 for 4.
and to be honest, Eric Gordon did not do any creation of his own threes. A lot of them were kickouts. Most of them were kickouts. The overwhelming
Yeah,
majority of them were kickouts.
right.
They had Grimes on Devin Booker, not him. That guy was him.
Not
He was
Gordon.
not Gordon. Gordon was the beneficiary of Booker finding guys. I think he had like 10 assists that game, I believe. He had a ton of assists. So they were shooting well or borderline out of their
That's
minds.
why I don't know if I agree with that because even if that's the case, how come everybody else's numbers look great and Grimes's doesn't?
Well, uh, has the toughest assignment out of anyone
Mm,
on any given night for the minutes
okay.
that he does play. He has
What?
the
Play
toughest assignment.
defense?
Tibbs thinks Grimes can guard anybody, and he tries to put him on anybody. He started out this regular season with him trying to guard Jason Tatum. Tibbs is out of his damn mind. Tibbs thinks Tibbs thinks Grimes can guard anyone. And if you're taking on the toughest assignment every single night, yeah, it's not gonna be favorable for you 9 times out of 10, unless you're a bona fide All NBA defender. Like unless you're Dylan Brooks, then it's not gonna look too hot for you every night. Like he is taking on the assignment of point of attack every single night. He's the one that's guarding Trey Young, even though Tibbs is out of his mind. He's the one that's guarding Dame Lillard. He's the one that's if we play OKC, you know who he's guarding? They're gonna try to throw him on SGA, and
Right.
SGA is gonna roast him. This is it. When we talking about these stars, man, I don't think it's not sane what Tibbs does to Grimes. At least not for his confidence, because you're getting this man beat up on national TV by superstars. Man. Like,
Oh my goodness. Guess what okay. So I'm looking at NBA.com. I know it's a weird stat that I'm looking at. I'm looking at contested 3-point shots per game. BT, who do you think leads the Knicks in contested 3-point shots per games off the Knicks?
probably RJ.
RJ.
Wrong. It's Julius Randle.
Oh, okay.
Through 19 games, through 35 minutes played, that man is averaging 3.4 contested 3-pointers a game.
Well, yeah. RJ didn't play like 4 games, so yeah, you're right. Through 19
No,
games.
but this is per game. That's a per game.
Per game.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow. Randall,
But
really?
now put up percentages who's shooting the best percent. I guarantee
hold
it's
on.
not. I'll guarantee
Jalen
it's not
Brunson.
Randall.
Jalen Brunson is second though on the team. Jalen Brunson is second at 2.8. And trust me, I'm looking for Quentin Grimes, right? But I don't see
0.
It's funny. You know, it's funny when you look about that stat, Freezy. Teams will take contested jumpers over particular guys, and it don't count as a contest because they're not afraid of them actually stopping their shot. Or, like, put it this way: if a
and then
defender,
Josh Hart is next best. Okay, I hear you.
like, this is like kind of comparing it, but it's like there's a difference between a shutdown, lockdown corner and a corner that gets picks. Some guys will curb attempts just because they're already in sound position and stop guys from even attempting. And some
Dante
guys,
DiVincenzo was next.
yeah, some guys will be already.
And then RJ Barrett. So what I'm saying, I understand your point, bro. But the point that we always throw out the fail safe for Grimes. Always because they wore the pink uniforms on Mother's Day.
But
always because they ate bananas before the game. Bro, he trash.
But here's the thing, though, Freezy. The reason why Brunson and Randall have the most contests per game is because they're the most attacked on our team. They play the most minutes, and they're both not great defenders. So teams make it their game plan to attack them.
Right.
Specifically.
But
so when
advanced
they're in
analytics
position,
say that they are better than Grimes.
Okay. You can look up defensive statistics. You can't tell me straight to my face that Jalen Brunson is a better defender than Grimes.
I'm saying this year Jalen Brunson is a better defender than Grimes.
He is, because I was gonna also say
because you balance it with the eye test analytics. You balance it.
How about charges? How many games? What about the Raptors game? Jalen Brunson drew 4 charges.
That's fine.
But that's defense, though. He turning the ball over.
But advanced analytics don't really even equate charges.
But that doesn't exactly. But that's what I'm saying. So
charges is a basic stat, though.
Yeah, so like you can't
either it happens or it doesn't. Right?
Defensive analytics are kind of finicky and funny. Which is why you do have to balance it with the eye test. Because if you go straight defensive analytics, like I just said, Evan Fournier is one of the best defenders in the entire NBA.
Yeah, because of that one game he played. Yeah.
So it's like there's a lot of noise in data for defensive statistics. I do have credence in that Grimes' defense isn't what it was last year. Like it's not. It's just plainly not. I don't think it's bad.
Yeah, he trash, bro.
No, I don't think his defense is bad. Now his offense garbage. Hot trash.
Yeah. You know what?
His offense is so bad that his mediocre defense doesn't make up for it.
I hope tonight that Grimes does what Dre just said, plays better defense to prove Unc wrong, so he could actually stop being called a ham sandwich. But we shall see. I would love to see him shut down Dame to like 20 points. That would be
Grimes
awesome.
Is getting 15 points tonight. You heard it here first.
Nah. Okay. But you won't say that. You won't say that about Josh Hart, but you say that about Grimes. I get it. I see where your true colors.
I don't like Josh Hart.
I get that. That's what I'm saying.
No, look, I don't even hate Josh Hart. I just don't like how much money
the contract.
I just don't like the role he's in.
Mm-hmm. But
I don't like the fact. I don't like the fact that he's the first guy off the bench. That's what drives me insane. There is literally no reason why Quickly shouldn't be the first guy off the bench. And then you bring in Josh Hart.
Well, the last few games though, Quickly's been bad, and nobody's really been saying that because I already called him out on his 4 for
It
10,
hasn't affected his other end. Like this is the thing
his
about Quickly.
defense. Yeah,
This is the thing about Quickly. Even when his jumper is not falling, he's still a net positive player.
Yeah.
9 times out of 10.
A lot of times he is. Some
yeah.
nights he's the anchor that kind of. But yeah, even okay. Let me see okay. Kyle Anderson, Jay Sean Tate, RJ. Yeah, RJ Barrett is a. Come
Jordan
on, bro.
Goodwin a good defender, Freezy?
Who?
Is Isaiah Joe a good defender, Freezy?
No.
Okay. Is Brandon Podzinski a good defender, Freezy?
And Golden State's defense, I don't know.
Mike Conley is washed on defense, but
Yeah.
that general team as a whole is a good defensive team, so it raises him up.
Oh, so but the other people on the team not being on the list is not a factor.
Freezy, you gonna say to me in my face that Rudy Gobert is a bad defender? Rudy Gobert is the sole reason that team is a top
Wait a minute,
one defensive team.
BT. Did you hear me say Rudy Gobert is a bad defender?
No, that's why I
No.
started
But he's
laughing.
not. He's
You
not
see
listed
that?
on that
Bet
top.
you
But he's
Gobert.
not listed on the top 10. So that means he's not. He's not more integral to their defense than Mike Conley, according to defensive rating. That team defense needs Mike Conley on that defense more than Rudy Gobert. That's what that's saying, right?
No, that's not what that's saying.
Then what is it saying?
Because you don't know who is listed between 11 and 20.
Yo, they don't
But
even have AD
but it's
up there.
lower.
Wait,
It's
hold on,
lower.
Dre.
So that means Mike Conley is better at
Dre,
defense than
but
Rudy
they don't
Gobert,
even
right?
have AD up there. So the same way you just said it about being a defensive player, they don't even have AD up there. AD still gives you 20 and 10 with a good defense.
This is why there's a lot of noise with defensive rating, because
Yeah.
there's just a lot of things that go into it that don't necessarily play out the way you think it does on the court.
It's like last year, Nick Claxton, to me, I'm not even a Brooklyn fan, but last year I was pumping hard for Defensive Player of the Year for Nick Claxton because he was doing defense against centers, Lopez, switch.
Obi
Like Nick
Toppin is number
Claxton should have
one.
got it last year.
Obi Toppin is number one in pace in the NBA. Now
Are you
Yeah.
serious?
that actually checks out.
Did
Okay.
you? Is that the one
Okay.
stat you
Scroll
saw
down
up there,
right
Yeah.
Dre?
there. Look,
Okay.
The
Yeah.
one
look,
stat you
And Buddy
noticed was
Hield
that.
and
their
Tyrese Halliburton,
entire team.
right? And Jalen Smith and Aaron Neesmith.
Their entire
That
team.
was my point. On a team stat like pace, you see like instead of saying Obi is the fastest player, you see that team runs a fast pace, right? So you see a bunch of Indiana Pacers up here. That's why when
And
we were talking about this,
the
you got to
Minnesota
give some
Timberwolves,
credence to it.
the Minnesota Timberwolves are number one overall defense.
Okay.
Number
Yeah,
one. And the reason they're number one is because Rudy Gobert exists.
exactly.
And he's not even listed as a top 10 defensive rating. This is why it's flawed. Because you know and I know that team defense would not be what it is without Rudy Gobert.
Yep, I
It
agree with
simply
that.
would not be. Not with Cat playing the five. Stop it.
Yep, and
Yeah,
Cat playing and
I think
Cat
you
playing
might.
under a
I think you
mismatch
taking
because of him.
yeah,
Cat's
but I
playing.
think y'all taking that one just a little bit too far.
No,
I'm
no,
not.
I think no.
But
The
Anthony Davis isn't even listed there. And we
That's
know
what I was
Right.
going to
Anthony
say.
Davis is a
Anthony
good
Davis
defender.
and Rudy Gobert are two of the same players that defensively help their team a lot defensively. But for some reason, because they're not giving you 35 like, Embiid and giving you all the flashy plays and their defense is nasty, they get no respect. Like
Yeah,
I
Rudy
said
Gobert
last
is
year.
good for 44 minutes, bro. Because the last 4 minutes of a game, BT, the
Yeah,
last 4 minutes of a close game, where is Rudy Gobert gonna be at?
yeah. But still
Well,
though, that 44 minutes
they
is still a
close games
lot
out with
though.
Rudy
That's
Gobert.
a lot of minutes.
They close games out with Rudy Gobert.
Okay.
They did last night. And he got his season high.
Okay.
Like
Okay. I just want to give
defense.
RJ Barrett some credit. I just wanted to point out a positive. I just want to be positive about the Knicks one time.
No.
You can be 100% RJ Barrett. You can see with the eye test that he's playing defense at a very high level. And as a whole, we're playing defense at a high level as a team, as a unit. And Mitchell Robinson is not listed as a top 10. And we know when the lists come out, Freezy, Mitchell Robinson will make All NBA defense first team.
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay.
It's gonna be shifted heavily towards centers and bigs this year.
Okay.
I don't know if Mitchell could stay at the 10 rebound, 11 rebound a game. Then I agree with you. But the last
I
few
mean, I
games,
mean, 10 rebounds don't mean you're a great defender or not. Mitch could have 5 rebounds, all offensive rebounds. He'll still have an impact defensively.
no, I get
Because
it. I'm just
because
I'm just
because
saying
like
like.
guys like Randall, they get double digit rebounds every night.
Mhm.
So I'm not gonna be mad if, like, for instance, tomorrow if Mitch plays his ass off on defense but only gets 8 boards, does that nullify how great he played on defense?
No, I was just saying like the rebounds because earlier in the season he was impactful rebounding all offensively and defensively, so that was helping his stats as far as a defensive player. Now that that stat has fallen off, it's not going to give him as much notice because it's not consistent. That's why I was like, if he could keep the boards, like he could still do the offensive rebounds, but him playing defense, boxing out, and keeping those boards up, it'll actually help his case. That's all I was saying. I'm just saying the fact that it started off so great to give him notice and then dropped off. A lot of people just gonna start writing him off like Mitchell ain't nothing, Mitchell ain't this, and they're not actually gonna pay attention to his defensive stats. Same way they don't with Gobert or AD.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Because I was gonna say, like, not this year, but usually at the end of seasons, Nikola Jokic is amongst the leaders in defensive rating,
Oh God.
Because
and he
centers said it's skewed towards centers. So
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
like when we analyze these things, it's the eye test and some statistics help, but yeah,
And
you
Jokic
can't
also gets a
you
lot of
can't
fouls.
you can't go
So
all the way in on defensive. Like, for instance, Nikola Jokic last year had a higher defensive rating than Joel Embiid, and I'm pretty sure everyone in here would take Joel Embiid on defense over Nikola Jokic, right? I would hope so. So it's not like defensive rating is not the end all be all. It's
but then
you can
again,
you can use it at
Jokic.
times, but I'd rather use the team defensive rating than a
I
player
think we'll
defensive
say
rating.
anything for Grimes, bro.
Yeah.
Anything
Well,
to
I
keep
mean,
Grimes alive.
defensive rating isn't helping him. Like, I don't even think advanced analytics is helping him.
But
Anything to keep Grimes alive, bro.
all I was trying to say about with Jokic though, Jokic gets a lot of foul calls. So when he gets his mismatch early, the way he can take advantage of the defense it makes his defense look better. The way he's playing against the second center, and now he has a better defensive rating against a weaker player. And plus, he also has a size advantage on offense to where he can wear them down. So for me, when it comes to defensive rating with Jokic, plus it's against centers, it's not fair. Now, if you were to say AD, you were to say Bam,
And
you
when
were to
defensive
say
rating is calculated, it's calculated by how many points your team gives up while you're on the court.
While you on the
So
yeah.
floor. Yeah.
so it has
But this
nothing
is
to do with it. It has nothing to do with his individual one-on-one matchup. It has to do with the overarching theme of, is the team better or worse with you on the court?
See
So
that,
yeah,
but that's
but
not totally fair either.
exactly because
Because
I'm
just
saying the
because you're
because
assigned
mismatches
to
is going to give him the advantage.
there's so many variables to these things, which is why it's like Freezy. When Grimes is on the court, he's usually
all I'm
getting his
saying is just
ass.
because you're assigned to Jason Tatum and you get screened and rub off Jason Tatum, is the defense gonna not guard Jason Tatum
No,
and let Jason Tatum get a layup? Of course not. So you
Mm-mm.
have to factor in what the team does.
yeah, but if you're matching up most of your minutes against superstars, it's gonna be skewed. It's gonna be skewed. Freezy. When Grimes plays,
Would
he
you trade
literally.
Grimes for Herb Jones right now?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
So what are we even talking about?
I'm not saying Grimes is this super player or this best player, but literally all his minutes coincide with other
Would you trade
stars.
Grimes for SGA right now?
Of course he would.
Of course he would, bro.
There's a lot I would trade for SDA.
He would
No,
trade.
not for
He would
SGA.
love
Oh,
that.
okay. Yeah, yeah. Bro? All I'm saying is, all I'm getting at is this: the fact that we anoint Grimes as the team defender when everybody on the team's defense has gotten better from the summer. means we just shooting Grimes bail for no reason.
But here's the thing, Freezie.
Dre, did I not show you stats where Jalen Brunson's defense is better?
Jalen Brunson also gets to play against units without superstars on the court. Often.
So Grimes,
hold on.
So Grimes plays against stars all the time?
Listen.
Kyle Randall number 1.
Can I finish my point? Hold on.
I don't know.
Let me finish my point.
Dre, I think
let me finish my point. Let me
taking us
finish
to
my
a dark
point.
place with it. I don't want to go to that dark place, bro.
Grimes literally starts halves. He doesn't finish halves. And he plays like 20 minutes a game. So when he's starting halves, who's he going against? Other starters. When he comes back in the game, does he get to play against other teams' bench units?
Yes.
When?
Yes,
when,
because with that theory, and that there, and I'm getting ready to answer to you because I think you're flawed and you know it. Because Grimes doesn't close games, right? And
he only plays at the start of halves. And who plays at the start of halves? Starters.
See what I mean? See what I'm talking about? BT. See how we go into this dark place?
Okay.
Like the most important time of the game, this man is sitting.
Facts.
But if you're looking at the rotation of minutes when he actually plays, he starts from the beginning of a quarter and he plays till around the 4-minute mark, right? He may not come back in the game, and in those minutes from the 4-minute mark of the first quarter all the way through like the 6-minute mark of the second quarter when RJ is playing against inferior second units and when our bench unit is destroying other teams' bench units. You don't think Grimes could benefit playing against other teams' bench units?
No.
Okay. And I don't know what to say.
Because he's not that guy. Why are you superimposing?
Why do you have to be that guy why do you have to be that guy to play against bench units? You don't have to be that guy to dominate a bench unit.
Okay.
You do it all the time.
What I'm saying is we're inflating Grimes' value. Right?
Our
because if the most
rating,
important part of the game is the end of the game and he doesn't play during that time, why are we saying, well, the coach must be a dummy because he's not playing Grimes?
No, the coach is not a dummy.
Grimes just ain't that good.
Grimes is not good on offense. That's his biggest issue. His defense is pretty normal to me. I don't see any marginal or major difference.
I can see everybody on the team. I can see everybody on the team's defense getting better.
But the reason he doesn't close games is because his offense is horrendous. That's why he doesn't close games.
Dre,
not because of his defense.
Dre, you said not even 10 minutes ago that Quentin Grimes guards the other team's best players.
And you should have him at those last minutes.
So why is he guarding them in the beginning of the game and not at the end of a game?
His offense is so bad that it doesn't make up for his middling defense at the end of games. It doesn't. That's why Dante finishes. That's why Quickly finishes. That's why RJ finishes, because
it's not like just anybody. It's not like Ted is saying anybody. Yo, I don't care who. Jeffries, just going to get. As long as Grimes out, and it's somebody, anybody going there. That's what it sounds like.
Freezie, all these guys that I'm naming play better basketball offensively than Grimes does. And when you're playing at the end of games, you need to be able to score and you need to be able to stop. Now, when Grimes is in, he's not able to score, so we're playing damn near 3-on-5 at the end of games when we have Mitch out there and him out there. That's why he does not play. That's why you see. That's why you see. Hold on. That's why you see.
No, he
the Villanova. Trash, bro. That's why you see the Villanova guys
Grimes
in the
is
game.
garbage. That's the reason why he signed Anthony DiVincenzo, because he's garbage.
Grimes is garbage on offense right now.
He's garbage everywhere, bro. He is what we thought Frank Ntilikina was going to be.
His offense is trash. His offense is trash right now. I can't defend his offense. I just know that his defense is. Bro. I know his defense is solid enough. I just know his offense is.
Dre, I just got to stop you there, Dre. To be honest with you, before Grimes got hurt, his defense was there because he was top 11 with him and RJ.
Hold on. We're not about to sit up here and tell lies. We've been sitting here watching the numbers all season. RJ Barrett started the season as the number one defender, going back and forth with Anthony Edwards, and Quentin Grimes started off the season at defender 151 and worked his way towards defender 141. Nah, we ain't about to do that, bro.
We
We
did.
know.
Freezy,
We did an episode.
what if I told you our best net rating lineups are when we go against other teams' bench units? Then what?
That's what you expect, right?
Because we have the depth, right?
That's what you expect because
I
they're on the
expect
bench
it.
for a reason, right?
If Grimes played against other bench units, his numbers
Oh,
wouldn't look
God.
as horrendous. But he doesn't play
Yo,
against other bench units
listen,
because
let's
Tibbs
give
doesn't play
Grimes the
him.
super max. Let's just give Grimes, $500 million, bro.
I'm not
Grimes is
I'm not
trash.
I'm not I'm not no, his
Bro,
offense is trash. Everything
he
else is
is
fine. His
what Frank
offense is great.
Ntilikina was gonna be.
His
Bro,
offense is
this
trash.
dude is not for us, he ain't even Frank, bro.
His offense is garbage. I can't speak on his offense. His offense is absolutely abhorrent. Like he looks like he lost all his powers. Like he just doesn't look like an NBA basketball player on
Oh, and
offense.
now we talking about his confidence. Now we need a therapist. I mean,
He needs
bro, why?
basketball Jones, man.
Yeah, bro, why can't we see this is BT? This is the thing, BT. This is the thing that I'm getting at, right? When Randall goes through slumps, right?
Yep.
We are legit like, get Randall out of here. His body language. Why is Randall arguing with the rep? All of that, right? For all show long, we bash Randall, right?
Yep.
Grimes is not a tenth of the player that Randall is, right? And he gets shot bail 100% of the day every day, and we know he trash
He plays less than 20 minutes a game now
for a reason
because his offense is trash.
because he trash, bro.
Nah, his offense is trash. His defense is whatever.
All I was gonna say was this.
His offense is
Up
horrendous. His
until the
offense is
San
garbage.
Antonio game, Grimes was doing okay defensively. Since then, after the San Antonio game, he has been like on a bad decline. So the defense that we think he's playing or can play, he hasn't been playing. Because if he was, he would be at least where RJ is defensively. And he don't even contest shots. You got
You
Randall
think he would
contesting
take
more
that much of a
shots.
leap?
Yeah.
That much of a leap?
No. What I'm saying is if his defense was good,
You said
it would be
RJ.
like
You just said that he would be where RJ is.
if
Oh
his
no.
defense was good, yes. If his defense was good and his offense was bad, he should be ranked where RJ is as far as a defensive player. He should be in the top 10 as far as defensive player. If he's going to start, he's a starter, right? He needs to be up there as the top defender. So what I'm saying is if he's going to start and he's not giving us offense, he needs to be a top 10 defender. He's not. So what is he out there doing?
Getting
His
cardio.
his middling defense isn't good enough to make up for the fact he's horrendous on offense.
But that's where the excuse comes in, Dre. When you say
That's why
his
he's
middle
not
line
playing
defense,
more. That's why he's
hold on.
not playing more minutes against other teams' worse units. Because it's like,
But
why would
he's
I
not
do that
even
when Dante can give me the exact same thing? And
okay. But
What's the funny?
he's not even your fourth best defender, Dre. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
If
he's
he's
not
not
even
even
your
a
sixth
top
best
10, he
defender.
should at least be the third or the second, something up there, like the top something
Every
as far
stat
as
we
defense.
show, bro. Every stat we show, this dude is
Yeah,
behind Mitchell Robinson and
by at least
Quickly and
100.
Randall and RJ and DiVincenzo and Brunson. And we
Yeah,
legit up here saying that this man's defense keep him in the lineup.
all these
but he's
guys
not even
play.
a top 20 defender.
All these guys play more minutes than him, and they play more minutes against worse units than him.
Okay.
Tibbs,
So if
Tibbs
they play
thinks.
more minutes
Hold
to him, so they only play against worse lineups. They don't ever play against better lineups.
You're not. You're no. That's not what I'm saying.
That's what you said.
The gaps are not as gigantic as you think they are. And to this point,
I'm
Freezy,
listening to you, bro. I hear you. I'm listening. I'm
I,
attentive.
I know, but it's like he's not good enough for the role that Tibbs is putting him in as this stopper because he's putting this guy out to basically die. Like if we started Dante, for example, you think all-star guards aren't going to cook Dante?
That's the thing. The thing about Cook and Dante, and here's the thing. Hear me out on it. The thing about Cook and Dante, like putting your hand over the stove cooking. I mean, there's a possibility you may get cooked yourself, right? With Grimes, there is no threat of Quentin Grimes coming back down the floor and cooking his guy at
That's why.
all.
That's you're saying the exact same thing I said. His offense
But
is
I
so
only
putrid.
said the exact same thing because you phrased it in a way where Dante DiVincenzo was the example.
I've
That's
seen
the only reason why I phrased it that way.
there are specific matchups that Quickly cannot handle, and Tibbs sees that, and he doesn't
Right.
put Quickly on particular guys for a
Right.
reason,
Right.
right? If we started Quickly, do you think Quickly would not get cooked? But he
Yes.
has okay.
Yes.
If we
Right.
put Quickly
But
to
is there a
run,
threat that quickly would cook that man back?
yes, but that's the whole argument that I'm making.
But you
That
didn't
that
use
that
the
that that
example.
the
You didn't
gaps in
you used
the
an
gap.
open-ended, you used an open-ended thing. You didn't use
I
an
had to use an
example.
open-ended thing because you wouldn't understand me any other
No, I
way.
understand that Grimes is trash. What are we even talking, bro? Bro, I swear, if he played for the Washington Wizards, you would have laughed him off the show already.
All I'm saying is, if he is a defensive player, he should be ranked higher than 4th on the team, and he's not. That's my bit with Grimes.
Freezy, hold on.
I'm a
Matisse,
Grimes fan,
Freezy,
but
you think Matisse Thybulle a better defender than Grimes, right?
Yes,
By how much?
Miles.
You can look
Killian
up.
Hayes also. I think that's the comp. Killian Hayes, Quentin Grimes, Matisse Thybulle. Which one would I rather have in order? Killian Hayes, Matisse Thybulle, then Grimes.
you could even put Easton in there too. I think Easton's a better defender than Grimes.
Now we just talking about 6'5" shooting guards, like the
Oh,
same
okay, my
archetype of
fault.
player.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
It, I don't think his defense is falling off as much as you might be pointing it out as. This is why I think there's just so much noise in defensive rating stats. But I know for a fact the way you phrase, like you even said it, is there a threat of him coming back and cooking? No, there's no threat of that, which is why he doesn't close games because his defense isn't good enough to warrant playing more minutes when he's offering you absolutely nothing on the other end. He's giving you turnovers. He's not really rebounding. He's not getting you assists. He's not attacking the rim. He's not shooting three at an extremely high clip. He's just playing a lost puppy on defense. I mean on offense. So like
Right.
when you put it that way, it's like there are no redeeming factors to playing him at the end of games.
That man's plus minus for the year is -21 as a
Total.
starter.
And his best game was plus 24 against San Antonio. Every other game, I think he's like -8. Then it's like negative. Yeah, it's like -8 plus
Why
9, and then it falls off.
And most of those things, like the plus minus, is because our offense is horrendous because it's being handicapped by him. The defense isn't horrendous. It's the offense is so putrid it's being handicapped by him.
He trash, bro. He legit. You can find a ham sandwich in any airport, USA, bro. You can get a Quentin Grimes out of a hospital vending machine, bro.
Quinn Grimes on Raw.
Wow. Hospital
Bro,
vending
yeah, bro.
machine.
What? My thing is, I don't want to seem like I'm bashing him, bro. But we bash other people so relentless and hard that it's not even fair to them when you seen them do something, right? But with Grimes, he gets the ultimate pass, bro. He got the ultimate hall pass, bro, with Knicks fans, right? I mean, think when I said on draft night, I said he was going to be Damian Dotson 2.0. And Knicks fans back, oh, why you hate the Knicks? This should be the Nets at Night podcast. And 3 years in, this dude ain't it. Dre, where's this dude improved offensively, bro?
Oof. Nowhere. On offense, nothing. Nothing.
BT, where has this man improved defensively?
If anything, he's regressed.
Who? You talk about Grimes defensively?
That's what we've been talking about for the
I think
last
it's like
hour.
one.
like 159 or something like that. I think it's like around that as far as the whole league. I'm saying he's low out of the rankings. It's like
and
159.
I'm not trying to sway the conversation, BT. I'm not. But what I'm saying is why when we talk about RJ, we was talking about Drew Hanlon. We was talking about RJ girlfriend leaving him. We was talking about we was killing RJ on this channel, right? And then with Grimes, we like, oh no, he'll be good.
I set this defensive rating thing, even though I don't really subscribe to this all the way. I set it to players that play a minimum of 20 games, and he's top 50. He's above Randall.
Okay.
He's literally he has the same defensive rating as Randall.
Is that on NBA.com?
Yep, and I put it to minimum minutes 20.
Okay.
20 when they do play. So
okay.
And yeah,
he's the same defense as Randall.
Yeah, and Randall is terrible. Well, let's put it this way.
So
top 50, top 50 ain't terrible. Top 90, once you get out of the 90s, then you're talking about terrible. Because you got 30 teams.
I can give you defensive rating is 108.9. Quickly's is 108.4. Does that mean Quickly's a bad defender? They're in the same ballpark, right?
No, they are not in the same ballpark.
0.5?
Yeah, they're not in the same ball.
0.5 when we talking about the top of the top.
But Dre, we already know how math works, bro. We talking about other variables, bro. We're talking about like Quentin Grimes. You said yourself that Grimes defends star players, right?
Yeah.
Right. And for the most part, Quickly don't defend star players. Maybe sometimes you'll see him pick up guys and all that stuff. But Grimes' assignment every night is whoever the best defender is that's not a big, Grimes is going to guard him, right?
Yeah, so why isn't Quickly's better?
Because
108.4.
BT, you see what I'm going with it, BT? I'm trying to explain it now. Drake cut me off and
my fault.
I feel like you treating the witness like a hostile witness, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yana.
Yeah. What I was gonna say to that is Quickly clearly in that example is the poorer defender, is what I was gonna say. Grimes is the better defender in that scenario, right? Because Quickly is going to be guarding a lot of starters, but a lot of bench players too, right? Mm-hmm. And Grimes is basically going to be guarding starters, right? But he guards bench players also because he doesn't close games. And Grimes gets a lot of run against second unit guys.
When we think Freezie, no, I don't think so. I truly do not think so. Because number one, our best net. Okay, first off, there's been many halves in the second half where he starts the second half and does not come back in the game. Period.
Right.
So how does he play second units if he does not come back in the game after we subbed him out at the 4-minute mark?
But you're trying to tell me that those 11 minutes that he plays in the second half is against all starters.
No, he plays like 8 minutes in the second half, and he probably plays 12 in the first half.
All right. So in those 12 minutes in the first half, he's playing against all starters.
The vast majority of his minutes are against starters. The vast majority. I could break down.
I can't quantify it. I can't find a stat to show that to be true. I'll let it ride.
Freezie. This is. I can tell you Tibbs' rotation, and you will agree to this.
But the thing is,
let me tell you his rotation.
But Dre, what I'm saying to you is, I don't care. I don't care about that stuff. What I'm saying is Grimes is trash.
But that's nuance. But that's the nuance to it. You don't have to care, but that's the nuance to it. I can tell you Tibbs' rotations and who he plays against other units.
But Dre,
what I'm saying to you is if you could trade him from Brandon Miller right now, would you do it?
Of course you would.
Right.
He's just not that level of talent. Not at all. Not even close.
That's the what I'm saying to you is this dude is a ham sandwich. Why are we arguing over ham? BT, you feel me? BT, why are we arguing over ham sandwich? We can go to Subway and get whatever we want.
I was just gonna say, everybody hates Randall's defense. They call him garbage basura.
but him and Grimes has the same defensive rating, and you're sitting here defending Grimes, saying that his defense accolades. But if he's not a top defender, like I've been saying, he's not
This,
even in the top four. He's
but
like
but
fifth,
this
so to
this
speak. That
this
doesn't help your argument because
hold on.
he's not producing what brought him
But
here.
this is the thing. They have the same defensive rating, but their offensive ratings are completely different because when we're on the court, we score more with Randall on the court.
Of course,
When Grimes is on the court, we score less.
but that's
So
not even what I
he
was
has a
talking about.
hold on.
I,
He
okay,
has a negative net rating, period. Like he has a negative 2.7 net rating because we
Right.
score less when he's
Because
on the court.
because of him.
Yeah.
Right. But here's the thing that ABT. So here's the other thing that Dre won't mention, right? Dre, about how many of those minutes is Quentin Grimes playing with Mitchell Robinson? Most of them, right?
A lot of them.
Right. Most of those minutes, right?
Most of them. Yeah.
So it's amazing what a player the caliber of Mitchell Robinson would do to somebody's defense, right?
Well,
yep.
These are because
Randall and Brunson play most of their minutes with him,
and their defense is improved.
And also, Randall's rebounding improves when Mitchell's
But
on the floor.
this is why I'm saying the net rating thing on the defense is not as relevant as how bad his offense is because he keeps us at the same level defensively. The problem is he drags us down offensively. That's the issue. His defense is literally on par with the rest of the team. Like he is average compared to the rest of the team. The problem is
Okay,
his offense drags us down
BT,
so
would you
much.
trade him for Jaden Ivey right now?
I would. I'd even do it for Cade.
Oh, of course.
But here's the thing, though, Dre. Let me ask you something real quick.
We're arguing about two different
no,
things.
real
I'm
quick
saying his
about
offense
Grimes.
is garbage, not his defense.
No.
His defense is
You're right.
whatever.
Would you trade him for Asar Thompson right now?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
Because
Yes.
Asar Thompson is defensively, he's impactful, right?
Yeah.
And
If you look at his
offensively, he's trash, right?
Garbage. But
Right.
if you look at his defensive rating,
with that
it's not high.
even with that stark reality, you would still trade Grimes for him right now and smoke a cigarette afterwards.
But Dre, I got a question.
You're talking about hold on, BT. You're talking about futures because those guys have just higher ceilings. They're just gonna be better than him.
But I
period.
was told that Grimes is only 23.
Freezie, he's a 6'4" guard that's not hyper athletic and doesn't really have any real skill beyond shooting really well, and he's not even shooting well right now. So
And
Dre,
so why are we defending him? Why are we defending him then?
Dre,
I'm
let
not
me
even
just ask you this
defending
quick
him. I'm
question.
just saying his defense is trash. I'm
Dre,
saying
let me
his
just
offense
ask
is
you.
garbage.
I was gonna say, let me just ask you this quick question. I like Grimes. I'm not arguing anything about Grimes. I'm just saying we have to come to the realization that maybe he's not who he is. That being said, outside of PG-13 when we played the Clippers, who else have you actually seen Grimes shut down? Who had? I
Grimes,
mean,
hold
being
on, time
serious,
out. In the minutes
he's
that he
being
played,
used as a
let me
rotating
finish.
defender more than
Let
he's
me
being used
let
as an
me
on
finish.
ball. Sorry.
And the minutes that he played against what's his deck? Goddamn man. Devin Booker. Devin Booker shot terribly against him. And as soon as like they went away from him, Devin Booker got cooking and damn near dropped 30 in the second half.
Right.
And so I'm not saying Grimes is a great defender. Great players make shots over good defense all the time. That's a lot. But I'm saying Grimes is, in my mind, he's really no different of a defender as he was last year. In my mind, his offense is nosedived. He's just not efficient, and he's giving us nothing on offense, and that's the problem. That's my whole problem with him.
But if his defense was just using your example about Booker, how he shut down Booker, why was
His offense is so bad
Hold
it
on,
doesn't
hold on.
matter if he
Why
plays.
was RJ contesting the three instead of Grimes at that time? If he was
Because
shutting down
Grimes
Booker
is
the whole
trash.
game,
Grimes,
if
Grimes
no,
wasn't
just
even in
I'm
the
using just what
game.
you said. The whole
Grimes wasn't
game,
even in the game.
Right, for a reason.
Because
That's
you
what I'm
were
trying
going
to
with
say.
two-way player. It would make no sense to bring Grimes in the game after he sat out
But
for
Dre,
14
you
straight minutes.
just said when he was playing against Booker, he was getting locked up, and then when he gets off of Booker and Booker was away from him, he started getting hot. So if that's the
Because he
case,
didn't
why didn't
come
they
back in
use
the. He did
Grimes?
not
Wait,
come
hold
back
on.
in the
Why
game
didn't they
in the
use
second half.
Grimes to come back and clamp on him later in the game?
Now,
That's what I'm
Because
saying.
to
because
his credit,
Tibbs
because
because Tibbs
Tibbs made a
will not.
mistake. Because Tibbs made a mistake. He had Mitch in the game, right? Because if Mitch grabs a rebound with 1 second left, what is Mitch going to do with it? Grimes
Hold
should
it.
have been in the game because if y'all remember, Booker hit the shot and there was 1.7 left on the clock, right? Right. Even if Booker missed and Mitchell Robinson gets the rebound right there, what is he going to do with it?
Hold it. Or try to throw it to Brunson.
Right now, conventional wisdom would be, well, Mitchell Robinson is in there to box out in case Booker missed, right?
You're supposed to be switching everything
But
at
you're
that point.
supposed to see. That's what I'm saying. So I disagree with BT on this one. I think Grimes should have been in the game, right? But the
No,
fact
that's
that
what I'm
Tibbs,
saying.
but the fact that Tibbs didn't have faith in him
Yes.
shows
That's
you a
sad.
lot, bro.
That's what I was saying. Because if his defense was that key, he should have been in the game
He would have been
locking
the
down
first
Booker.
name called. Yeah,
First, exactly.
Tibbs don't have
If his
faith in him,
defense
bro.
is there.
Yeah, because even on the other
it,
end with 1.7 seconds left, and you need just somebody to get a shot up with 1.7,
Grimes
he
got a quick release.
still left Mitch in there and didn't put Grimes in.
Yeah, Grimes has a quick release. He can shoot that three. He's done it in the games. He went 3 for 4 at least 2 games.
Right.
He has a
But
shot and he has
nobody
the
trusts
potential to shoot.
Grimes now, bro. They
Yeah.
don't trust him. He trash.
I'm saying, look, I hope he works out his issues, but as of right now, he's not producing to the level of what we expect. Same way as Hart. It's the same thing with Hart. We can sit here and kill Josh Hart, but then his potential, he's not living up to the potential to his contract. Neither is Grimes. So,
But Hart is only making 12.5 million right now.
yeah.
So I'm not
next year,
tripping.
sorry. Yeah,
Now next year, if we get the same level of production at a higher number, then I'm gonna have beef, right? Because I gotta give Josh, because Josh Hart has only played
half a season.
I'm talking about regular season games, right? Josh Hart has only played 19 plus 26, so it's 45. Josh Hart's only played 45 games in the regular season with the Knicks.
Josh Hart is playing 28 minutes a night and giving me 8 points.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that. That's still more than Grimes.
He rebounds. He does get steals. He does do blocks.
Freezie,
he gets fouls.
And for that alone, you're saying it right there. For that alone, you can't trust Grimes because even if he's giving you defense at the same standard that everyone else is giving you defense, his offense is so horrendous that it drags down everyone else.
Would you trade him for DeJounte Murray right now?
Yeah, why not?
That's my point, bro. Yo, he is so replaceable that I don't even know why we have
He's
a conversation.
He's like the 9th most important player in the rotation. 9th.
Yeah.
He's literally.
But he's starting.
9th. Well, that's Tibbs. That's on Tibbs. That's literally on Tibbs.
I would trade him for Devin Vassell right now.
Wow.
And Devin Vassal's not even the starter anymore. They starting this dude, Malachi Branham.
I think it's because he's injured right now. Or he's been injured here on and off.
Okay.
And Tibbs, and I'm going to keep it real with you, Freezie.
Popovich is washed.
Popovich is running Sohan at the starting point guard.
Yeah, Popovich is washed.
Over Trey Jones. And Trey Jones is actually pretty good at it.
Yeah. I would trade Grimes for Trey Jones right now. That's me though. I would trade Grimes for Torrey Craig right now. I would trade Grimes for Derek Jones Jr. right now.
For a ball handler with offense.
I'd take Derek Jones Jr. over him right now, bro.
I mean, you're talking. Grimes is legitimately one of the worst offensive players right now.
Here's a reach. Would you take Garland over Grimes?
That's not a reach. That's common sense. Garland is an all-star.
Yeah.
Okay, no, because some people think that I was crazy that I spoke to around my Knicks circle. They were like, Grimes is better than him, so I just want to make sure I wasn't crazy.
I didn't say that.
Hey, look, man.
No, I know it wasn't y'all. It was a different circle.
Hey, if someone says that to me, I might block them. I'm liable to block them.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting out of that conversation, bro. But my
Jay
thing
said,
is,
"I'm
my thing with
blocking you."
Grimes is the Bismack Biyombo of shooting guards, bro. And we defending him. And we
Wow,
legit defending that, bro. Come on,
I'm
man.
wow.
New
At
York,
least
no
you
New
didn't say
Yorkers
Bo
deserve
Bo.
better.
some New Yorkers don't deserve it.
Yeah, I think New Yorkers deserve better. We have this expectation of the best of the best. If you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. You know what I'm saying? If you can't, you know what I'm saying? All this stuff, and then with Grimes, we giving him the longest haul. He like the dude in high school that never went to a class and is walking across stage. You like how he walking across stage? You know what I'm saying? You like,
Them
bro,
night
I ain't
classes
never
be
seen him in
working.
class.
Well,
Them
Freezy,
night classes.
Freezy, to answer the
Probably.
question of tonight, is Tom Thibodeau an elite coach? Well, there's your answer.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
only thing,
BT, would you trade him for OG Ananobi?
of course, it's just the thing is with me, it looks good on paper having Grimes if he is a defensive guy, and like you said, but realistically, what's going on? It's he's to be honest, he's our only flaw on our first team. Our second team is nasty, but if we move Grimes and put him somewhere else, I don't know if it's going to affect our second team because we're going to have to take DiVincenzo off or
You can't
maybe
put him
move
on the bench,
quick.
bro. You can't put Grimes on it because he's not
No, I
gonna
know
bring in. He's not gonna bring if you put him on the second unit and expect him to be the secondary ball handler on that second unit.
it won't work. It won't work. That's what I'm
It,
saying.
it-
So where can we put
on the
Grimes? That's what I
second
said.
unit, can
It's
you
kind of
imagine him on the second unit on nights that quickly shot is not going,
yeah.
and you got to depend on Grimes to generate offense?
That's what I'm saying. Where can we put him? We have to. On paper it makes sense, but we're kind of stuck with Grimes. So best thing we got to do is just hope that he hits his potential or his peak because Grimes ain't doing it, man. The last 19 games, he has probably had like 4 good games, and that's bad, especially for a starter. Because if people can sit here and allow Randall constantly kill Randall for stuff, but Randall's doing his thing and still leading in certain aspects of the game, and nobody cuts him a break, but
We out here
Grimes
talking
could just
about
get a walk.
Mitch need to get some offense. Man, we
Yeah.
need a stretch spot. Bro, we be
Mm-hmm.
at times we be up here killing Mitchell Robinson, bro.
Mm-hmm.
We up here killing Mitch sometimes. Like Mitch, man,
Stone
be shooting them
hands.
laser beam free throws at there. We be
Yup.
killing Mitch. But
He
when it
like
comes to
them line
Grimes,
drives are gonna break the backboard. He can't hit. He can't
yeah.
shoot straight. Yeah.
Yeah, and bro, and then every time we come to Grimes, we like, yo, nah, man. We need to wait 13 more years for him to hit his prime. You're like, come on, bro.
He
Really?
said 13 more years.
Really? This is the Frank Ntilikina conversation. All of if the Frank Ntilikina conversation almost broke Twitter, bro. And this conversation right here is about to break X. A shooting guard that doesn't shoot or guard? Ain't that your job description? Quentin Grimes is a bad employee, bro.
I I don't know what to say, man. He's not employee of the month.
No.
He's
No, I
hurting.
mean, think about it, BT. Think about it. What if you do start Dante DiVincenzo? What are you gonna do with Grimes?
You gotta put him like you said, switch him out with McBride and bring up
Nah,
McBride.
situational. You got to switch him
Yeah,
with Miles McBride. And and
because
and and Mike Breen said it best. Deuce McBride is the best defender on the team. If he played 20 minutes, he'd be all NBA defense. That's what Mike Breen said. And I'm inclined to agree.
His offense will be just as bad as Grimes, and I'm dead
But the
serious.
defense stole.
His net rating would be like 0.0 because as good as he is on defense, he's that terrible on offense. So
Right.
he would be a net neutral at
But
best,
but the thing is
and
you're
probably
not
not even a net neutral.
starting Deuce McBride,
yeah, because that's too
right?
big of a leap.
You're bringing him off the bench. He's getting DiVincenzo's bench minutes because DiVincenzo is now getting Grimes minutes as the starter.
Yeah,
And that's the difference.
yeah. Because you throw McBride out there right now and expect him to be better than Grimes. That's not gonna happen right away. he's gonna need some time to develop. And
And
if
your
he's our best defender,
and your offense isn't as needed against bench units.
but if
So
he's but what I was gonna say is, and what he contributes with the second team is, where DiVincenzo helps out offensively, he can help out defensively to get turnovers and also do some good rebounding, get some good defensive skills in there to help out our second team. So what we lose in offense with DiVincenzo, we gain in defense with McBride.
I'm not
So
gonna
it
lie to
actually
you.
helps us
I'm not
out.
gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you. That playoff game with McBride coming in, I can't trust him in a high leverage, man. I
Yo,
can't.
off of one game,
Nah.
damn.
That no, I
Hey,
can't do
but
But
that.
then,
but
how you trusting Grimes though?
in that same game
Because
though,
I
Dre,
saw
in that
Grimes play
same
48 minutes and actually play elite defense
yeah,
in that
yeah.
one of those games.
I just think he not built for New York, bro. Grimes ain't built for New York, man. Grimes is built for San Antonio, bro. But in that same
Charlotte.
game where you say the Grimes looked all right and Deuce looked bad, Quentin Grimes was on one half of the court by himself. We were down 94-90, and that man shot a UFO that drifted to the left. And that lets you know that man heart pumps Kool-Aid, bro.
Hold on. Kobe Hart pump Kool-Aid. He shot 3 air balls.
No, but Kobe wanted those shots. Kobe went and got the ball, right?
Wait, hold on.
And
That
and Kobe was a rookie.
I wasn't being
Yeah,
serious at
that's what I
all.
was
Yeah,
gonna say.
I'm just
And the
saying
coach
because
did that to teach him a lesson.
I'm gonna clip this and put it on Twitter that we comparing Quentin Grimes
I
to Kobe.
wasn't being serious.
No, because that game, Dan
I'm
Stallions was
just
trying
messing
to
around,
teach
bro.
Kobe a lesson. So you can't say that, man. He didn't like Kobe's flashiness. He didn't like his pizzazz. So yeah, he
That
was trying
man,
to teach. And then what
BG,
happened the
that
next
man
game?
shot
Kobe
a
came out and
UFO.
beast.
The 94-90, that man was in his preferred corner by himself, and nobody else is on that half of the court. And that man shot a UFO that drifted to the left. I thought ET was coming home, bro.
I'm not
When
gonna
I
lie
saw
to
that
you.
shot,
I'm not gonna lie. I turned off the TV after that turnover. So I don't even remember
yeah,
that air
man,
ball.
I had it up, man. Um,
I turned off the whole TV after that turnover from Brinson. Like I couldn't watch it anymore. So like
yeah,
the UFO, I already forgot about it.
bro, that shot was so bad, bro. That shot was
My
so
fault.
bad. It was embarrassing at the same time. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, that shot was awful. I'm gonna see if I can find
He gonna look it up.
because people think I'm like trying to kill that man.
Nah, I like Grimes. Like I said, I wish we could find somewhere to put him, but if it's not in the starter rotation, then he's a lost soul. Him and Fournier are back at it. Like that's another thing. Like, what do you do with him if this keeps up? Are you gonna put him? You gonna switch him out, or you gonna keep him? Because you keep him and we lose, it's because of that. But if you don't keep him, you can open up a whole nother Pandora's box.
Okay. Okay.
That's why I say I think I hate to say it, but I've always liked Grimes, but we missed the market on him, and we should have traded him earlier in the season. Like I'm saying, just off of these 19 games. Now, if he turns it around, of course I'll eat my words, but I'm basing off of now.
He's playing horrendous basketball right now.
Yeah, like I'm not knocking him. Good players have bad
Nah, nah,
streaks.
nah, he, nah.
Yeah,
He deserves to be knocked. I'm sorry.
no, I'm just saying like sometimes there's bad streaks. I'm not. I expect that of players, but come on, man. Like 15 games, you ain't really done nothing, and 2 of those games you was hurt. I'm like I said, I like Grimes. I hope it works, but he got to turn around quick. Like what he did that game where you said I think he scored what was it 12 points? Yeah, 12 points with the 3 pointers and getting to the foul line. Like if he does that for like the next 5 or 6 games, then I could say okay, I could agree with you, Dre. We could still use him, try let him work out his issues, but there's no consistency. He only did that one game, and it's 19 games later. I mean 18 games later. Sorry.
100%.
I just wish he would get it, Dre. I agree with you. Like, I hope he goes off. Because I'm a defensive dude, man. I love defense.
I'm not exactly worried about Grimes because he hasn't been detrimental to the point that we're losing games. But if he doesn't turn it around, like we not beating over 500 teams if he's playing like this every night. We can
Yeah.
hide it if he's playing sub 20 minutes. But if he's playing these 20 minutes every night against good teams, we're not gonna win. Like we played the Bucks, right? 3 times in the next 3 weeks. You're
Don't
not
worry.
winning a lot of games if Grimes is playing like this for 20 minutes
No,
every game.
no, we're not. We are not. Josh Hart. I'm looking at the play again. Josh Hart was wide open, bro.
That
They
thing is
screaming.
frustrating
Brunson
you.
turns it over in my ear, bro.
That play frustrating you so bad.
Yeah, bro. It's hurting my heart, man.
You like that
Watching
Mets
it.
player that dropped the World Series ball? Like he was running back and he dropped it, and then like they lost the World Series, and all he did the rest of his life was go rewind and watch the play. That's all he did. Just stayed there and watched the play.
You talking about Bill Buckner?
Yeah, there you go. See, I forgot his name. Thanks. That's
Yeah.
exactly what
That
Uncle's
ain't Bill.
doing now.
Bill Buckner. That ain't Bill Buckner fault, man. He was carrying them, and then he hurt his back, and then
Mhm.
and they couldn't DH him because they were playing in a National League park.
Yeah.
There was a lot. See, it's context to man. It's yeah.
So many
Bill
I
Buckner,
understand the context. I'm just saying, like, just
and the reason why he looked up is because the pitcher thought it was a hit already, and he didn't cover the bag. So Buckner looked up to see if he had to run the first. It's like a man.
yeah.
It's a bunch of stuff,
you
man.
you were in your prime when that happened, huh?
Yeah, man. Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't even. I was watching off a documentary. I didn't know all that context, but I just okay. See, this is why I love you. All
yeah.
schooling me like,
What?
put your hands up. What I tell you about your hands?
Watch this. But watch this though. So there's the Knicks timeout, right? Now watch this. Look at this.
Should have
Oh
took
my
that to the
God.
basket. Should have ran to the basket.
How much more open can you
Full
get?
sprint.
How
No,
much more open? Now look at the score on it. Look at the score.
If that would have went in, it would have made
94-90.
it a 1 point game. But
should have cut to the basket. You had a foul on the second defender. You could have cut, split, and went right up and under and got a continuation with the. Yep, you could have drove.
Yep. The lane is wide open, but he
Because
trusts it when he does that.
the second defender would have overreacted after the first one he beat. Oh man, he had that. That's what I'm talking about. Like, I don't understand how people would just take their 3-pointer with 14 seconds. You're still down by one. If you at least tack the basket, you're down by two, and you may get an N1.
And you still got 14.4 seconds. See that
Yeah,
14.4 seconds on the clock.
it's only gonna take you
And
about
you
2 to
can
3
extend the
seconds to
game.
drive. Yeah,
And this is after, now mind you, this is after the Brunson play. Right? This is after the Brunson play. Dre, look at this, bro. I'm gonna click play on it, right? Right? I'm gonna click play on it. Look how wide open this man is. And watch this shot.
Corner 3, air ball.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro. BT, is there any excuse for that? Think about what you just saw.
he released
That
it.
man,
He released it like mid arc because he was going up, and then released it late. If you look at it, I'm telling you, he
right?
like had a
Watch it.
bad
Watch
release
how it
point.
play. Watch it. See, you watching the closeout. Watch how open he is in the beginning. Bam! Right there. Kyle Lowry fell down. That man shot a UFO, bro.
Wow.
And we
He didn't even have to take the three from when he caught it on the inbounds. He could have just ran right to the basket
we ain't
and
had no
Kyle
scored.
Lowry
timeouts.
slipped.
We ain't had no timeouts. You had to take.
No. If you go back and look at the inbound, because he was on the corner, caught the
No,
ball.
no. You're not understanding what I'm saying. We ain't have no timeouts. You have to take as many points as possible. You take
Oh,
the
okay,
two.
okay.
You
See,
take
the
the two. They're
time and
just gonna
score
go
don't
down and
work in
hit
your
two.
favor right there. The time and score don't work in your favor right there. You got to get as many points in the least amount of time.
Yeah.
Right? You got to hit that three and foul them before they shoot a three. Hope at worst they make both free throws. It's a 3-point game, and then you come back down with 10 seconds left to hit a three to tie it.
And this is why I'm not an NBA coach, because I would have went for the two and tried to get the N1. and then try to get at least 3 seconds off the clock. And
You don't go for the 2 in the and 1 there.
Yeah.
No, you
I
go
know that's what
for
I'm saying. Because to me, I'd rather get 2 points up than miss a 3-pointer, and then now we're still down by
you
4.
playing the free throw game at that point. And
But
the shot
BT,
Yeah,
don't benefit you.
when you play in the feud, bro, when you play in the feud, you can't just it can't be neutral, right? Because think about
yeah.
it. If you just get the 2, then it's 92-94. You foul, they go to the free throw line. It's 96,
It's still up
92
by 4. Yeah,
with less time on the clock. And now
yeah,
you're in the same situation with less time.
yeah. Okay.
At
Now, like I
some
said, that's
point,
why I'm
you
not a
had to
coach.
shoot the 3. At
Yeah.
some point, you had to shoot the 3. That's why when Dre defending Grimes, I'm not, bro. What? Look, okay, watch this. Watch Brunson face because when he know he messed up. Look at Hart at the top of the screen by himself. Look at Hart at the top of the screen by himself, right?
He
Look
open
at
for a
Brunson's face.
reason.
Brunson's
By
face is
himself.
like
Exasperated.
Brunson. He know he messed up, bro. Jimmy Butler, as usual, knocks down, comes through in the clutch, right? All right, the Knicks use their last timeout. A great out of bounds play, and the game over.
He threw an
Dre,
alley oop to an invisible man. That's what
yeah.
Damn.
Bro,
That just hurts watching that again.
What I'm saying to you is, even though Brunson messed up there, we still had life. And I didn't remember it like that. I had to rewatch it over and over. I watched that thing like 20 times since y'all been talking, bro. I watched it over and over on a loop in my bro. I'm like, it still made me sad. And that's why when Dre was like trying to shoot him some bail about it, nah, bro, I'm watching this man shoot a UFO air ball. He a shooter, right? Kyle Lowry fell down on that play. Kyle Lowry only got in the picture because by the time Kyle Lowry got in the picture, the shot was already UFOing to the left.
UFOing.
Yes, man. Yes.
Use it as a verb.
And he's a shooter. And Dre, you know what I think this is? And I hate to say it, man, because I don't know what's in Grimes' mind or is what's in his heart. But you remember when Nick Anderson missed those free throws in the finals?
Oh yeah, it ruined his career.
Yeah, it ruined his career, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say to that. That's
bro. That and listen, and this is not something I made up. I showed it. It's right here in front of y'all. Right? This ain't something I made up. That man had the most open of all open looks you ever seen in your life, bro.
He was so wide open.
If he hits that shot, he's a hero right now.
He was so wide open. He could have wrote.
Well, nah, we still would have to.
No, but I'm not saying he would have been the king of New York. What I'm saying is he would have been a hero. Like that man showed fight. Yep. You know what I'm saying? We'd be talking about him different. Is what I mean. I probably should
get that Grimes back. We get that Grimes back. He just got to work through his issues. He was so long. He could have wrote letters to his love interest. He was so wide open. Look at that, man! Like to have that.
Look how wide open he is,
every player's dream. That's like 5, 4, 3, 2, and
that's what about 12 feet of space, bro.
Yeah,
and nobody in his direct line of sight. Right, nobody with a hand in his face, bro. That's an open gym jumper. And Dre talking about he won't trade him for SGA. No, Dre, you got to. Oh my bad, I misspoke. My bad, I misspoke. No, Dre said no. Dre didn't say that. Dre said that his net rating is bad because of his offense.
It is
right, and I'm here to tell you, when you down by 4 with 14 seconds left to go, bro. Come on, man. And even before this, BT, before this, Jalen Brunson hit a 4-point play, and he was flagrant fouled by the guy that left to go to the Gabe Vincent and knocked down 3 free throws, and the Knicks got the ball back, and he hit that free throw. And before that, Mitchell Robinson, when we were down by 6, Mitchell Robinson hit 2 laser beam free throws to keep us in the game. and this man gets an open gym jumper and UFO'd it.
An open Jimmy.
That's the proof, right? BT, do you need any more proof?
Nah, I'm just looking at him like, where did you go wrong with that release? Like, I'm looking at him, you squared away, elbow straight. Then it's funny because he jumps straight up, but then he fades to the right. Like,
No, he was choking in real time, bro.
that's what I'm saying. Like, it looked like when he, like, if you keep watching it and watch it in full continuation, it's like right before he releases, he just messes up, like he
He
misangled
choked.
it or something.
He choked,
Yeah,
bro. He choked. He choked, man. And listen, RJ was 1 for 10 in this game. That's unforgivable, right? But RJ at least hustled on defense, and RJ was 9 of 10 from the free throw line.
yeah, that saves RJ a lot. That dude has been
Right.
like 9 for 9, 9 of 10 from the line.
Yeah, he
He's
was
been a
9 of 10 from the free throw line, bro. And in a closeout game, he was 1 for 10 and then 9 for 10. So in theory, in some bizarro world, he was efficient some kind of way, right? I mean, not the way we want, but at least he contributed. But this dude has an open gym jumper,
like, I
right?
can make that.
And now, mind
I'm
you,
being serious.
you see Kyle Lowry getting up. Kyle Lowry is not sprinting. Kyle Lowry slipped because he didn't think Grimes was going to get the shot.
He thought he was going to drive.
Yeah, Grimes ran past. He's like, "Oh, nigga, going to Grimes," and he recovered. But he was never going to contest that shot by Grimes, right?
He's trying to shut off the lane.
Yeah, man. That man shot, and look at the rest of the Knicks, right? The inbounder is not even in the play.
Yeah, they still running their play. Look at is that Randall at the top of the key setting the screen for Brunson?
Brunson probably running to him like, "No!"
Yeah, because Brunson's they look like they're setting up a screen for Brunson to get the ball from where Grimes was. Like, Grimes wasn't even supposed to shoot that. He was supposed to get it and then kick it to Brunson as Brunson gets on the wing. That's what it looks like.
Yo, Tibbs ran the perfect decoy play here, right? Look at what Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo and their defense is at.
Yeah, they all on. Brunson is being covered by
the one player that could have been a hero. We wouldn't even call him a ham sandwich. We call him a ham hero right now. Right? And that man shot I'm gonna just watch this one more time and I'm gonna take it down before YouTube ban me.
Grimes, corner 3, air balls it, shoots the rebound, and with 11 points.
11.5 seconds left to go. They go into the free throw line to shoot free throws. And Katz is going to tell me that I'm too hard on Grimes.
I'm just thankful you actually hard on him because you see something that he's not doing. Like, you believe in him, but you need to give him that little push.
I don't believe it. No.
I'm trying to be positive.
No, that's not accurate. What I'm saying is we need to upgrade the 2 with a 2-way shooting guard right now. Right? Hey, listen, give me a little bit of lesser Grimes defense for more consistent offense. Right? Yeah, I can live with that.
Yeah, it'll help stop their runs when they start to go on a 6-0 run. You hit a key shot with DiVincenzo 2 or 3. Yeah, and the defense actually has to set up for DiVincenzo because he'll take the shot where Grimes won't.
Right. What's he here for, bro? I don't know what we. Anyways, that's all I got, man. I'm tucking out. I know y'all want to rock for like another 90 minutes talking about Grimes and his handles and his court vision, but no, this dude, he ain't it, bro.
Grimes, you hear that? Tonight with
I would
the
trade
Bucks,
him.
you need to drop 40, bro. Drop 40.
I would trade him right now for Dorian Finney-Smith. Right
you hear
now,
this?
bro.
Grimes, I know you listening, bro. You better channel your Super Saiyan talents and go ham on these dudes.
I'm not lying. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I need to, in order for me to turn back on Grimes, I need to see 20 straight games of at least 10 points a game for me to even consider. Right. I'm not saying he need to average 17 a game. I need for him to average 10 points a game until the All-Star break.
Okay.
And if he don't do that, I'm saying he need to be on the first thing out of here.
Excommunicante.
First thing smoking.
First thing, I'm trading him for Torrey Craig, bro.
Damn, that would actually be nasty.
I'm trading him for Chris Boucher. Somebody, anybody.
Yeah.
But anyway, Wacko, thank you thank you, man, for the comment. He says we're criticizing our fourth option who barely touches the rock. Unbelievable. Hey, thank you, man, for that, man. I appreciate you, Wacko. Wacko be in the comment section, keeping things lit in the comments. Appreciate you, brother. And absolutely, we're criticizing Grimes because it was good for the goose is good for the gander. We can't legit criticize some and not criticize others. Right? It BT, am I unreasonable for saying if you criticize one, you can criticize all?
No, you're supposed to.
Hypocritical?
No, you're supposed to criticize all. And what most people is like that last one said, in his third year, he started for a whole year. I learned that the hard way. So technically he's doing better than most rookies in 3 years. He started for a whole year out of his 2 years. He should be expecting to be doing better. And he's not living up to the expectations. That's all you're doing? You just telling him to do better. And there's nothing wrong with that. Because you could do that with Randall. Because I still hear trades about being Randall getting traded. Which is
I would
crazy.
trade that dude for a half-eaten macaroni and cheese right now, bro.
Wow. Half-eaten? Not even a whole, not even with bacon bits, just a half-eaten macaroni and cheese out the microwave?
No, I'm not putting bacon bits on my baked macaroni and cheese, bro. I just like it, classic.
Breadcrumbs.
Thank y'all everybody for rocking.
Go New York,
And sorry about the Quentin Grimes Power Hour. We always get the Grimes. The Grimes, he's the new Frank Ntilikina.
Grimes is dropping 40 tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right.
That'd be nasty.
Right. In his underwear.
Oh, 2K.
Yeah.
Missing wide open shots like that, I think he needs something to help project him into position better. He needs some Under Armour.
Yeah, man. Hey, man, I'm going to start the campaign. Free Jacob Toppin.
Jacob is getting 30 in the G League.
Yeah,
Did
and
you
Grimes,
say Toppin?
and bro, the funny thing is they're the same age.
My heart just stopped like 5 times.
We're the only team in the league rolling out 23-year-old rookies. We developing 23-year-olds.
Well, Chris